the head of state. President Museveni, who has sat as at the helm of the nation for 36 years, said under his leadership, Uganda rose from the dilapidated state it was in under the leadership of former heads. In an interview with KTN News, Museveni said Uganda was forced to endure 24 years of a regressive economy due to the mismanagement of the nation's resources that have since been revamped under his tenure.
Although we are talking of 60 years, but actually the years of progress are only 36. Because the initial 24 we were not even stagnant, we regressed the initial 24 years. Because as you can see, Uganda is a very rich country. There's a lot of natural resources.
On the recent social media outburst by his son General Muhoozi in invading Nairobi, President Museveni said that Africa has a lot of problems and tweeting is not the most serious, adding that his son is good at his army job. He further argued that it is not easy to get people who are 100% correct, and this does not only apply to Muhoozi.
That general you are talking about, Muhoozi, he's a very good officer in army things. Army, this one, because army has got all sorts of problems. Corruption. Many of the armies are killed by corruption, stealing the resources of the army, poor training, and so on. So, if somebody is good in something but makes a mistake in something else, how would you handle it? Our experience is that you try to, as I said in my, because I also became a tweeter.
Yeah, we saw your statement. You went in there as well.
Because I became a tweeter. So from our long experience, not only for Muhoozi, for many of them, we try to get, because you may not get people 100% correct. So if he has got 10% mistake, 20% mistake, but 80% contribution, this is how you manage.
In an earlier statement made on October 5th, Museveni had asked Kenyans for forgiveness over the tweets sent by Muhoozi. Muhoozi would later issue an apology to President William Ruto. In his latest controversial tweet, Museveni's son has hinted on seeking the presidency in the country's next election. Now, President William Ruto has shed light into the disbandment of the Directorate of Criminal Investigations Special Service Unit. The DCI announced SSU's dissolution, attributing the choice to an order from the acting Inspector General of Police Noor Gabo. Gabo summoned all officers assigned to the disbanded unit to DCI headquarters for further guidance. President Ruto has also noted that he directed the disbandment of the elite squad as part of his plan to address extrajudicial killings in the country. Speaking during an interdenominational prayer service at Kericho Green Stadium in Kericho County, the head of state said that the police unit had become killers instead of protectors of ordinary Kenyans. In late 2019, the then DCI boss George Kinoti disbanded the dreaded Flying Squad Police Unit in a move aimed at ensuring effective and efficient prevention of crime in the country. Meanwhile, the head of state has said that Kenya is on the path to recovery as it is ongoing footing. He said the opposition must keep off as they fix the mess they left behind. President Ruto said he was keen on confronting hunger, insecurity and turn Kenya into an equal opportunity country for all. He noted that the next step will be to add value to agriculture produce so that farmers can earn more and sustain more livelihoods. On the other hand, Azimio la Umoja coalition leader Raila Odinga has fed back at President William Ruto, claiming that he sabotaged the country's economy alongside former President Uhuru Kenyatta. In a statement, Raila asked the Kenya Kwanza government to stop the never-ending complaints against the previous administration. And Raila Odinga has left the country for India and will be visiting several other nations. Its communications director Dennis Onyango had earlier said that Raila is headed to India, where he will be for the next 10 days in India. Onyango said Raila will attend to personal matters and also have official engagements with business leaders, focusing on Africa's infrastructure development. Raila's trip comes days after he held talks with India's new High Commissioner to Kenya, Namgya Kampa. This is Newswire. Dennis Asseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM Nyeri. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If I'm found guilty, there is no problem. I'm willing to serve. I have no problem. Jails are meant for human beings.
They say a society gets the leadership it deserves. If you have a corrupt, crooked and rotten society like we have in Kenya, then of course they will get that kind of a leadership.
I think the president should dissolve parliament. That's the best solution at this moment in time. Dissolve parliament.
All of you go home.
Yes, we all go home.
How are we encouraging other people who might have new and creative ideas? Young people who are making money without any government help. They are just buying their own bundles. They are going on TikTok and making money. KRA is coming after them.
I've been in parliament for 15 years. We have been unable to pass the gender law. And yet no presidential candidate is talking about it now. Because we are fake. The truth is, all the men refused to vote for that law.
What did Sonko do to Promotional maternity hospital?
Yeah, he
with
cleaned
his
it up.
own money.
Cleaned it with his own money. That was him as an individual.
Yeah. And I did not say he was cleaning his own money. I was saying he cleaned
Foot, mouth. Foot, mouth. Eric.
Okay.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, it's Monday, and it looks like we're going to have a little bit of traffic here and there on these Nairobi streets. Welcome to the 17th of October, where traffic has already started to build up on Jogo Road, heading out towards the city. Landis Road is also looking pretty busy as you're getting into the CBD. Let's take a look at what's coming up on the Thika Superhighway, and just around that junction from Outer Ring, there's a pickup of inbound traffic. And we'll also see some going towards Murang'a Road coming off that Pangani underpass. Everywhere else seems to have a sleepy wake up to Monday, but we'll just keep an eye on things and make sure they flow smoothly. Let us know what's going on where you are this morning. We're trying to keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Where? Hiya. City? Hiya.
Hiya, hiya.
Hiya. How you doing?
I am doing very well, thank you, sir.
Karibu sana.
Yes.
It's good you found your way back.
Yes.
How was your week, man?
Quiet. Restful. I actually took the advice I was given seriously and I rested.
You took time to rest.
Seriously.
Recharge your batteries.
Kabisa.
Yeah?
Back the battery told me it had recharged. When the battery speaks to you,
you know.
You've been spoken to.
Welcome back, bro.
Thank you very much.
Karibu sana. Tuko tu pale ulituacha.
Pale.
Kabisa. Bado tunangojea pesa ile ya nini? Ya youth fund.
December.
Ni December?
December. Na ina interest. December. Sorry, interest iko. What it doesn't have is ile kitu ambao unapeana ramana ndio upewe ninio. Security.
Haina security.
I was looking for that word.
December. All right.
Yes.
We shall be here. We'll be ready to receive it. Nduako?
Good morning.
How you doing?
Very well, thank you.
What do you call that hairdo? It's nice.
Thank you. It's just hair.
Just called hair. It's Ndu with the long hair.
Voila.
Bas.
Guys, yesterday I attempted to make chapatis. for the first time ever.
Uh-huh.
But it failed miserably, so
First
I ended up
time ever.
making...
Hold it. Vision chapati.
It failed
Outcome.
naan bread.
No, this thing that...
You got none.
I made naan because at some point I was just like, you know what? Forget it. Let's just do something else. So I made naan. And it turned out really well, actually. So the chapati story, we live to fight another day.
Essentially, the outcome was something soft
It was
and edible.
It was soft, it was edible. I did some garlic butter thereafter and then...
Yes, not some of these very firm objects that sometimes...
that you could injure somebody with should you toss it in the air.
Essentially, it is
a weapon of mass destruction. No. So it started out, the vision was chapati.
What
the outcome
flour
was
were you
naan bread.
using?
Just, normal home baking flour.
Brown, white?
White.
Okay, just wanted to know.
I'm still stuck at, it was your first time to attempt making chapati.
Yeah.
So when you were kneading the dough, did you use warm water?
I did.
Okay.
And then I saw, okay, this is not working. So I decided, to, chuck that. And I just did the whole yeast thing and I decided to make naan because the chapati wasn't working. I would have disappointed people. And I don't like to disappoint people.
Very good. How many did you make?
Naan bread? Like 12.
12 is many.
Pakiti mzima.
No, it was not. It was actually just 2 cups of flour. The yeast is what did the trick. It was not unleavened bread. Yeah, so we live to fight another day and try the chapati once again another day in the future. You're still stuck on my first time making chapati. I don't know how to make chapati.
That's what she did.
It's not a thing.
And now she's telling us use yeast.
Uliweka chapa mandashi kwa chapati.
No, I started
self-raising flour.
Ukapika nayo chapati.
I started out, it didn't work, so I said I chucked it and I started.
Ulikuwa unapika mahamri.
And people were hungry, so I said, you know what? Let's just do the one that we know.
Ukapika mandazi ama chapati.
Let's do the one that we know and forget this chapati story. We eat the chapati that other people make.
On a positive note, well done.
My brother, it's good that you have come back. May God bless you abundantly. How are you, Eric?
I'm well. I am good.
Good.
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah. Had a good weekend. Thank God. Now, let me tell you what we're going to be discussing today. Yeah? See, we talked about this on Friday. The Law Society of Kenya on Thursday was up in arms, gave the Director of Public Prosecutions how many days? 1, 2, 3. To explain.
Does that include the weekend?
Well, now they'll come and tell us.
They'll tell us if it included the weekend.
To explain why he was withdrawing cases willy-nilly, left, right, and center.
Hapa na pale.
Up and down.
Although the DPP then came out later to say, no, that case against the former governor of Samburu, that one will go on. That one will go on.
Talk about legal whiplash.
The president of the Law Society of Kenya, Eric Theuri, will be joining us at 7 a.m. to talk about this, what the LSK's position is on this withdrawal of cases by the DPP, and what they hope to see going forward. At 8 o'clock, let's talk about President William Ruto's promise to the diaspora. Today is the day that the nominee for Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora, Dr. Alfred Mutua, will be facing members of Parliament. And we'll be talking about what the diaspora expects from the Kenya Kwanza administration. Danson Mukile is an IT expert and a policy strategist. He's in Washington, USA. He'll be with us. And Victor Nkata will be with us in the studio. She's a business executive and a diaspora youth leader who normally lives in Denmark. But she's in the country. She'll be with us in the studio. We'll have that conversation. What is it that the diaspora expects from President Ruto? At 9 a.m., something is happening in China. The ruling party of China is meeting. They meet once bigly, several days. Okay, it's an entire week of the China ruling party's National Congress. They have basically allowed Xi Jinping to become president again beyond the 10 years that he's been serving. This is the first time in a long time that a president of China is actually going into a third 5-year term, and there's no term limit anymore. They removed that in 2018. So Xi Jinping is basically being called a president for life.
Yep.
What does this meeting of the Chinese National Congress mean for Africa? What is it that the China strategy is, and how do African countries fall in? A journalist who works with the China Global Television Network, her name is Ma Ke. Those are two names.
Mm-hmm.
Ma is name one.
K
is name two. She'll be with us at 9 a.m. for that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you make us know the situation with COVID.
Okay, let me make you know the situation for COVID. 629 million is what we're looking at around the world. 629,957,071. Those are the global COVID cases. If we look at what's happening in Kenya, 7 new cases from a sample size of 351 gives Kenya a positivity rate of 2.0%. Now you might wonder, okay, so why go higher? Because you're obviously dealing with a smaller sample size. About a third of the normal sample size, and then it goes to 7 from that number, so you're dealing with 2%. But again, we're not worried because it's well under 5%. Should not have an issue with that. What else is making COVID news around the world? Speaking of Xi Jinping, he's downplaying the need for rapid growth and proclaims COVID achievements. He's affirmed the country's recent shift away from the rapid growth and toward greater focus on national self-sufficiency, especially in tech. So basically he's been talking about the strides that China has made even in this COVID era, whereby people have looked at retrogression. He's looked at progression. He's mentioned how the country's COVID policy has achieved positive results in coordination with economic development. He did not state whether the policy would end or continue. And remember, the policy is what? Zero COVID. He spoke of promoting a healthy online environment. And he said that, so obviously this is in line with the meeting that you've spoken of, Eric. Excuse me. And he said that, look, we're looking at different things that have been done in the country. But one thing that we are looking at is that we've kept ourselves safe. We are a model for how countries have been able to deal with COVID. And everybody else who's talking about COVID erupted from China, people suffered, etc., we probably are the ones on the globe who handled this thing the best. So say what you want to say, but we've been able to
do
progress,
our thing,
and we're going to continue doing our thing.
There's still a lot of lockdowns in China.
Yes, there
Shanghai is on lockdown. The southern part of China is on lockdown.
Exactly. And we're looking at complete lockdown. We're not looking at maybe you can take
Don't
a trip.
get out of your house,
leave.
lockdown.
Exactly.
Why?
Leave for essentials. And for those essentials, we know if you cannot say that I went for my essential on Monday, can I go Tuesday? My friend, you went for essential on Monday, we will wait. So
anyway, let's wait. After this meeting this week, let's see whether the lockdowns will continue. 18 minutes after 6. Time for a quick break. Let's take a look at the weather forecast. Yes, say hello. Tell us where you're locked in from this morning. After we take a look at the weather forecast, we will do our usual morning shout-outs. Remember, it's 17th, 13 days to the end of the month, and Ndu will be running.
Exactly. I hope people did not let me down yesterday, because yesterday was the last day that you're supposed to have registered for the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon.
Oh, it was yesterday?
16th was yesterday. That was the last day for registration. So I know that you guys did not let me down. I know you did not let me down.
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. The physical run takes place on the 30th of October. The virtual run takes place between the 23rd and the 30th. Remember, if you registered for the virtual run, you can run that in Mombasa on the 23rd, and you can run it in Kakamega and Kisumu on the 28th and 29th respectively, before the physical run happens in Nairobi on the 30th. NairobiMarathon.com.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yolanda Mulo and DJ Absolute. When the gang is together, it's sugar and spice. Great vibes, conversations, a lot of humor. I like to say we don't give an F, we give 3 Fs.
You and I are in this relationship, so it is me to tell you who we are.
When you ask a chick, how many guys have you been with? She's like, including you. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock. If I were you, I'd tune in to SpiceFM 94.4.
I want you on my team.
17 degrees in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 27 and lows of 16. A chance of a sprinkle later, but it's a wait-see. 14 and mostly cloudy conditions in Nakuru. Highs of 24 and lows of 13. 24 will be the high in Nyeri, where it's clear at 15. We're looking at light rain in some parts of Mombasa at 24. Highs of 30 and highs of 30 as well in Malindi, where it's currently cloudy at 25. It's 20 and cloudy in Kisumu. Highs of 27 and lows of 18. 15 and mostly cloudy in Kakamega, highs of 25 and lows of 14. Kampala is mostly cloudy at 19, highs of 25 and lows of 17. And we're looking at mostly sunny conditions in Dar es Salaam at 23, highs of 30 and lows of 22. Mostly cloudy at 14 in Johannesburg, highs of 23 and lows of 13. And Lagos is clear at 25, highs of 31 and lows of 25 today. Kinshasa, rain showers this morning at 24, highs of 33. Looking into Beijing, we'll see highs of 18, where it's sunny currently. Monday afternoon, it'll come down to lows of 2. And out in Paris, it's cloudy at 18, highs of 19 and lows of 15 with a chance of thunderstorms through the morning. Rain showers wake up Monday morning in London, highs of 19 and lows of 8. And 15 degrees Sunday night in New York. Coming into Monday, we'll see highs of 18 and lows of 12.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right. It's 20. How many minutes after 6? 22.
Good morning. Everybody is online this morning, bright and early. Peter, Karibu Sana, and good morning to you. Happy New Week, McDonald Makanga. Happy New Week to you as well. All right, Cliff, good morning. Good to see you on as well. Susan Kamene, good morning. Okay, here we go. Quite a number. Elkana says, good morning, my favorite people. Nice to have you back, CT. Were you getting proverbs from Somalia?
Yes, I have proverbs from Somalia.
Okay.
I know I haven't answered the question, but
it's
sometimes
okay.
it's good to answer your own question.
No problem. That's fine. Absolutely fine. Mundoro says, good morning, team. Tuning from Kitengela, that's where Bob Arena is. And Abdi Kadir, good morning to you. TJ Apache is tuned in from Goa City in South Coast, India, listening keenly. Good to have you guys. Indeed, it has been a minute since you've been with us, Apache. Karibu Sana. Helen Jogona says you tuned in from Githimamunyo. And Danny Kabisa, Karibu. Edwin said good morning to you. Peter Wagongo says good morning, Eric Ndu and CT. City Center is tuned in. How long has that Chinese party been in power? Well, there's a question.
100 years.
Yeah, a centennial. That's why it's called that, centennial, because of 100 years. And so these are centennial celebrations, right? Suba North is where Single Brian is. Davy Amanya is tuned in from Imanga in Mumias. James says good morning. Humphrey says he's tuned in from Kisi. Good morning, Benson, to you too. Kimilili is where Amos Freeman is tuned in this morning. Rosh John. Okay, that's an interesting story, but okay. Embassy. Okay, good morning. Nyeri's tuned in. Nakuru is tuned in with Rasha. And Ondicho says, good morning. Best show in the mornings. Greetings to CT. We've missed you. Indeed, we have. Karibu Sana. Narok East is where Paul Ntaya is tuned in from this morning. Mwalimu Dominic, Abraham, Newton, Ashley, a single Brian, we see you all. Karibu, and Karibu once more. Everybody's tuning in this morning. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Welcome, everybody. City. So, is it from Somalia?
Yes, it is.
That person has leakage. How did they know?
I mentioned it the last time I was here. I said we were moving
to Somalia.
Yes, I remembered.
Where? Okay. Let's go on.
Right. The locust flew away, but it left hardships.
The locust flew away into Kenya, but it left hardships.
One could argue it took hardships
to
Kenya.
The locust flew away, but it left hardships.
Yes. These proverbs are really interesting. When you look at them, it's like a series of simply stating facts and then leaving you to, well, pontificate on the matter and give it whatever variation of opinions you may have, but they've told you. Yes, this equals this. Simple, straightforward.
To the point.
To the point.
All right, let's look at the newspaper headlines. Remember, with Airtel 4G coverage across the country, you can read the Standard online. Just go to www.standardmedia.co.ke, or if you have problems doing that, if you buy a copy of the Standard, you'll look for a QR code, scan that QR code, and it takes you onto the online platform. With Airtel 4G coverage across the country, easy peasy. Fast, reliable internet connectivity. What's on the front pages?
On the front page of the Standard, Ruto's fatal blow to the killer police squad. The president says he ordered the closure of the units after officers turned into killers instead of protectors. The breakup opens the can of worms that is extrajudicial killings and a forcing dalliance with the underworld. My goodness, sounds like a horror movie. So that's that with that. On the front page of The Nation, why I disbanded the crack police unit, an investigation report on the disappearance of 2 Indian nationals and their local taxi driver that was presented to President Ruto last week precipitated the disbandment of the Special Service Unit, the SSU, an elite squad in the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, now accused of being behind extrajudicial killings. From President Ruto's quote, I am the one who ordered that the Special Service Unit that was conducting extrajudicial killings be disbanded. We have a plan on how to secure this country so that we avoid the shame of Kenyans killed by the police and their bodies dumped in Yala River and others. We are going to change this country for the better. Okay, some other stories coming up. Past ghosts return to haunt CS nominees and such like things.
Past ghosts.
Not goats, ghosts.
Ghosts. Yeah. All right, so 4 of President William Ruto's nominees to the cabinet are being vetted today. The Prime Cabinet Secretary nominee, Musalia Mudavadi. There's a whole issue there about this Prime Cabinet Secretary nominee. It does not exist in the Constitution. Does it have a portfolio? I don't understand what the confusion is.
What confusion is there?
I don't get it. Because the Constitution does not give titles to the Cabinet Secretaries. It allows the president, as long as you have 22 maximum ministers, you give them whatever title you want to give them.
Change things, move them around here.
Call one minister for interior and exterior. It's okay. Call one prime principal. It's okay.
We're here.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Anyway, so Musalia Mudavadi will be vetted today. The immediate former Speaker of the National Assembly will be sitting before members of the National Assembly to be vetted as the next Attorney General of the Republic. Dr. Afra Mutua will be vetted as Foreign Affairs CS. Alice Wahome, who's a member of the National Assembly, will be vetted as a nominee for Water and Sanitation. And Aden Duale, who's also a member of the National Assembly, will be vetted as a nominee for Defense today. Yeah. Meanwhile, there's ones for the PSs, the interviews before the Parliamentary Public Service Commission concluded yesterday. So this cracks police story. Oh, you have the headline in the Business Daily?
This
Your
one,
guy has guide.
No, I changed my guy.
Right.
During the time when I was away,
you took time.
I took time to understand and this and the other, and I changed my guy. All right. This one will be of interest.
Okay.
To most of us.
Okay.
Banks raise cost of loans on CBK jumbo rate hike. Borrowers to pay more as base rate rises this month.
At banks to do what on jumbo?
No. The hike is being referred to as jumbo, meaning it's a big one. It's a big hike.
Okay. So banks are doing what?
Let me just read a little bit so you can understand it.
Okay.
We'll talk about it probably in greater details. Top commercial banks have started increasing lending rates up to 1.1% points after the Central Bank of Kenya raised its benchmark interest rate by the biggest margin for more than 7 years, setting the stage for costly credit for the homes and businesses in a recovering economy. NCBA Group, Standard Chartered, Housing Finance, Stanbic Bank are some of the lenders that have notified clients that the base rate on their loans will rise from this month. Meaning you already have a loan. Interest which they told you is going to be is going to rise.
It now
rises.
rises.
And it's going to go up. That's very good. All right. The lenders are reacting to the CBK's decision of September 29th that raised the benchmark interest rate by 75 basis points to 8.2% to anchor inflation expectations. I have absolutely no idea what I've just read.
The long and short of it is that you'll be paying
Bottom
more,
line.
You'll be paying more on your loan.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's it.
all.
That's
Yeah.
it. And you can imagine things like mortgage. Now, which is where now we come into this story. The Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. We've talked about it before. Remember?
We have.
The whole push for affordable housing in the country went into how do we make it affordable for people to buy homes in the country. So the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company was established in 2018, and the whole purpose of it is to be able to finance onward lenders. This is banks and SACCOs. So when you go to your SACCO and you're borrowing for a home loan, you are then able to get cheaper loans.
Yeah.
And cheaper loans, by cheaper we mean below 10%, single digit loans.
Yes.
And it's for a longer period of time.
Yes.
25 years.
Yes.
At single digits.
Yes.
And most importantly, like now we are seeing this because CBK has done what doing now jumbo or interest rates go up.
It'll affect this.
It stays constant.
Regardless of the market fluctuation.
If you take a loan with this Kenya Mortgage Refinance home loan, if you took it at 8%, it stays 8% for the entire duration.
The term of your loan.
Of the loan.
That's what they say.
That is it. That is the whole
That's
idea.
the offer.
So when you take it, it stays like that. 8% year one, it'll be 8% in year number 25.
You know, when you take a loan from a bank, the story isn't that different. Except that small print that is often microscopic.
Yes.
Should you go and inquire, they will tell you, this section here, this is covered here. So, meaning we are allowed. No, actually, the truth is we allowed ourselves this little escape route
to do this,
and this and the other. If it were exactly as they say, it would be a wonderful thing. But you know, I don't know what it is that happened over time, but those single-digit loans for houses have existed before and they have worked.
Yep.
If indeed it is going to be a reality, it will be a very serious game changer.
It's a big one.
Yes.
You know what happens is that with the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, it's owned by A, the government, and B, the banks and SACCOs. So those banks and SACCOs are owners of this. And then they're also supported by AFDB and other external factors. When your SACCO, let's say a participating SACCO, is part of this particular scheme, you go to your SACCO, you sign up for a home loan. Within Nairobi, up to a maximum of 6 million shillings. We are looking at people who earn 150,000 bob and below. A house of 6 million shillings, you go to your SACCO, you sign up, they give you the loan at that interest rate that you've discussed, 8%, 8.5%, 9%, whatever, right? When you take that loan between 8 and 9.5%, they will give it to you. You owe your SACCO or you owe the bank. Then the bank or SACCO goes to Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company and they take the money from there.
So essentially, this Kenya Mortgage Finance Company, what's it called again?
Refinance.
Refinance. It's a central bank. Rather, its function is like that of a central bank.
It's like Kenya Reinsurance.
It's Kenya, it reinsures, but specifically for mortgages.
For mortgages.
Meaning they are the support basis for everything that you're going to be doing.
Yes.
I see.
Big one.
It is big because when the government underwrites something, you have a guarantee.
Yep.
Because the only time it will fail is if the country has failed.
Yep.
Yes.
It's a big one. It's a game changer, this one.
It is.
Game changer. Houses of up to 6 million shillings around Nairobi. Let's take a break. 25 minutes to 7. We'll be telling you more about the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. Jijenge na KMRC. Rent yako, keja yako.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Everyone remembers the ambition they first had when they started their business.
A business holds promise. An idea could blow up and change lives anywhere on the planet. But the best idea is not worth much if it can't be executed by a solid team. Introducing The Room, the talent solution that provides a global network of tech talent, relationships, and resources dedicated to drive growth and innovation in your business. Hire tech talent and pick from qualified software engineers, cloud developers, web developers, and data analysts, all vetted and trained to Silicon Valley standards. The way we work has changed, and subsequently, so should the way we hire.
Okay, we haven't seen much of a change except for traffic continuing to build up on Jogger Road this morning, getting out towards Landis and then out towards Kamkunji. On the Thika Superhighway is where we'll actually see traffic has built up quite significantly. Now we're looking at a bumper-to-bumper situation all the way from that outer ring junction, even further ahead, and then out towards the CBD. It's starting to pick up on Kiambu Road today as well. All right, coming out of Westlands, not too bad. We're going to see a build-up of that, though, because we can see the trickling in at this point. Continue to keep an eye on things this morning. We want to keep things moving. Talk to us about what you see where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The president has killed the killer squad.
So apparently, the DCI unit disbanded as probe on missing Indians takes shape. So it's a combination of two stories here. A senior detective from the Elite Special Service Unit was on Friday directed to hand over his office and proceed on leave. According to insiders, the decision to force the unit's senior manager out shows that President William Ruto's government had no intention of keeping the dreaded police Crux Squad. Speaking in Kericho during an interdenominational prayer service, the president led the cat out of the bag, accusing the officers of turning into killers instead of protectors. The country was very insecure. The police changed and became killers instead of protectors of ordinary Kenyans. I have ordered the disbandment of the special police unit that was killing Kenyans arbitrarily. We will change this country for the better. The Special Service Unit was rebranded by former DCI boss George Kinoti. The unit was previously known as the Special Crime Prevention Unit. It was a feared unit that faced an image crisis due to allegations of extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances of suspects. The name change was intended to give the police a new look. On Friday, SSU boss Pius Gitari met a section of his team in Nairobi and passed a decision by his bosses to force him out of office. Although he did not explain why he was being forced out, he told his officers that it was clear that the unit they serve would not be around for much longer. Gitari, who spoke with the Standard on phone, confirmed that he had handed over his office to another senior officer. He denied allegations, however, that some of his officers were involved in the July kidnapping of 4 individuals in Nairobi. Gitari stated that his decision to leave office was administrative in nature and had nothing to do with the investigation. Now, it also then is being tied in that the National Police Internal Affairs Unit, which until yesterday was headed by Mohammed Amin, now the DCI boss, has been investigating the disappearance of individuals Mohammed Said, Sami Kizwal Zulfrika, Ahmed Khan and Nicodemus Mwanyia Mwange, who were reported missing July 24th at Langata Police Station. 2 of them are Indians and they have been part of President Ruto's campaigns. The 2 were among 5...
Read that sentence again.
2 of them were Indians said to have been part of President Ruto's campaigns. Shall I continue?
Okay, go on.
The 2 were among 5 Indian tourists who arrived in the country on the 16th of April. They traveled to various locations, including high-end hotels in the Rift Valley and Nairobi. They went missing on the 24th of July, hours after being spotted at an entertainment venue in Nairobi's Westlands neighborhood. On the same night, the car they were driving was discovered abandoned on Mombasa Road. Friday, Internal Affairs Unit officers presented 2 men in court, where the police requested more time to investigate in connection with the missing individuals. The 2 men, who were said to be NIS officers, will now be detained for 21 days amid investigations. Police are still trying to trace the missing men. Until today, the men are missing. All right? So this is all tied in somehow together. And then the president said, this SSU, it's been used to kill Kenyans.
Disband
These
it.
extrajudicial killings that you've been seeing, bodies turning up in River Yala every other day. We can now connect that these killings, this SSU is part of it. So in order to remove that element,
disband this unit.
We don't want Kenyans being killed arbitrarily anymore.
Wasn't there such a unit in Nigeria?
Okay, but it's called SARS. But SARS was, yes, exactly. Let me just call it like that. Yes.
Because a lot of disappearances of Nigerian citizens were attributed
to SARS.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Was it also not disbanded?
SARS was disbanded, and the officers
redeployed
to
not
other
fired.
areas. Will you ever sack a cop? You think about it. Even now, this Mr. Gitari, who was told that his office no longer exists, did you hear he was told to go home? No.
The question, though, that comes to my mind, the purpose for which such units are set up, there is a reason behind it.
Yes. Unfortunately, the reason most times, and I think this is the problem, the initial reason why these units have been set up then is bastardized. And we get to the point where these individuals go rogue in many cases and start to harass the citizens.
Do they actually go rogue?
Or they were always rogue?
No. Do
they go rogue?
Or they do what they were supposed to do?
Do they just execute orders?
Yes.
It's possible, but if we're going to look at the SARS example, it got to the point whereby police oftentimes were taking things into their own hands. Eric could be walking down the street, and this guy is in a shakedown and then disappears.
But that's an eventuality. What is it that gets them to the point where this impunity we are speaking of becomes manifest large scale? Because remember, these are disciplined forces. They function on orders primarily. So what is it? Because they start off, it's not as though they start off rogue. We have to ask ourselves, what happens to such units? What is it that in the course of their duty twists and turns their mind so that they actually feel that they're a law unto themselves?
I don't think it's only one thing. I think it's a cocktail of issues. There's a cocktail of things that then get somebody to that point whereby, all right, first of all, you can see that this power, and it's sweet, this power that's in your hands, that you're able, if you've been given the mandate to maintain law and order by whatever means necessary, that there has been, like we've seen, videos that we've seen right in the middle of the street. We have seen these things happen. Somebody is suspected to be a serial thief.
Yep.
No questions asked.
Yep.
A bullet is put in them. That's it. It's done. Then somebody else comes and picks up the body. Nobody's asking you, why did you? Nobody's asking you, did you follow due process? Nothing. So you can imagine that being practiced over time. Is that somebody you're going to come and tell tomorrow to do 1, 2, 3?
You know, this is the thing, really. If you have such a unit and they, over time, have been asked to execute things which may even go against the rule of law as they know it, and it isn't once, it isn't twice, that is a door that has been opened for them. So what we're seeing and what we're discussing is what they now do, and it is being said that it probably was outside the orders they were given. We are not sure.
We don't know.
We're not sure.
Look, it's a system issue. The system has that back door to deal with such things. The individual officer is a victim of a system, in my opinion. It's not... SSU was the former Special Crimes Prevention Unit.
Yes.
There has been Kwekwe Squad. There has been Flying Squad. We've had these squads for a long time in this country with the police. Even this one that has been disbanded, another one will be formed. There will be a special unit that deals with serious crimes. And when you're talking about serious crimes, you're talking about things that, like you said, this guy is
Robbery
known to
with
be
violence.
a serial robber. You've tried to take him to court, just like the cases that we saw the other time. This particular individual there's video evidence of how he comes or he steals from ATMs, how he operates. There's been evidence. He's been arrested. He's been released. He's been taken to court. He's been released. Police have that backdoor. They will always create that backdoor. Look, which one is it? Are we going to remove a criminal from the society? Or are we going to follow this due process which allows this criminal back? And we know very well, even if he's been bonded by court, he comes out here, he does not obey the bonding orders, or you shall go out there and you shall maintain the peace. He does not maintain the peace.
So I get it. And so there's a way to deal with these things. I think from what now the president was saying yesterday, if we listen to the things that he said yesterday, unfortunately, that then there are the others who slip through the cracks. That, for example, somebody now would have been picked up in an operation, for example, they're gotten rid of, and this has happened regularly.
Yes, but it is not just...
And they do not know...
It is not random.
Hold on. They do not know if every victim that has ended up floating in the river, for example, should have ended up in that manner.
It is not random. That is my point. My argument is everybody that's been taken out by the SSU and by the Kwekwe squad and by there's a back order somewhere. And there's some justification that's been given to this officer who's just pulled the trigger.
Now, what the president is telling you is that it should not happen in that way.
It should go.
Now, what the president is telling you is that it ought not to happen in that manner.
Of course, it ought not to happen in that manner. And President William Ruto knows very well that it will continue happening.
Long before Kwekwe and SSP and SSU, there's a gentleman called Patrick Shaw. Okay? This thing we're discussing?
Yep.
It was attributed to him.
Yep.
And it is known, by the way, it's not just him. If you know the history of policing in this country, you'll hear stories of individuals.
Yeah.
In Kisumu, there was a guy they used to call Wanyama.
Yep.
Okay? It was known that when that man entered, say, for instance, Obunga or Nyalenda, okay, the known criminals would flee. But part of the reason was because they were known and they'd be warned. It is something that was said about Patrick Shaw. They'd be warned. You're told, they come to your parents and say, your son is A, B, C, D. Tell him to stop. Or the next time, you're going to bury this fellow. It's not complicated.
Yep.
The world over, my dear, they are squads that do precisely this. And the reason is because they are garden variety thieves. Okay? They steal this. They are those ones who have no concern whatsoever for life. And by the time these squads are formed, it is with that in mind that these fellows, if they're allowed to reign freely, my friend, we do not know when it is that we'll be able to put a lid on this thing. Now, we don't determine who forms this squad because half the time we don't even have the information to determine why it is they were formed.
Yeah.
We hear of people dead. Do we really know what those people did? We don't. We hear that police have gone rogue. Do we really know whether they've gone rogue or not? We don't.
You don't. But unfortunately, it ends up with these officers who serve in these units, they actually end up being victims of their own system. Previous officers, you will hear about officers who belong to a certain crack unit who have died, in just some
really bizarre circumstances.
A cop was shot, a cop became seriously sick and they couldn't just tell how he got sick. He just got, it's like injected some poison. Something will happen. These officers, they meet their death the same way.
That they give it.
The same way. And they are eliminated by their successors. It's an unfortunate bit.
When you're in that line of business, the truth of the matter is that what you know is a great deal. And if you're no longer there, I don't think the system will allow you to be a free agent. Again, just hanging out willy-nilly.
Just like that.
No.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Hiya. We talked about this story on Friday of the gentleman from Thika who had been reported at the point, he was in his house, then he went downstairs, then he disappeared. Then his body was found in a forest. And his wife went to report him missing a couple of days later. The DCI on Friday released a statement saying, we've actually established that this person was most likely killed in his own home. And our prime suspect is the man's wife, who is a politician and a businesswoman in Thika and Kiambu. Now, Kiambu politician Gladys Chania will appear in court today on suspicion of murdering her husband George Mwangi. The body of Mwangi, who worked as a contractor in Rwanda, was found in Kieni Forest last Wednesday, a few hours before he was supposed to fly to Kigali. The body was wrapped in a polythene bag and buried beneath a pile of cartons. Chania, who unsuccessfully vied for the Kiambu Woman Rep seat in August, was arrested on Friday. 3 other suspects are also set to appear before the Kiambu court, as police are expected to ask for more time to investigate. The matter has been taken over by detectives from the DCI. Chania has since been transferred from Kiambu to Nairobi as police hunt for a farmhand to record a statement over this incident. Now, if you look at this story and the way it's unfolding, like we said on Friday, this story will unfold.
Yep.
It's unfolding, and I think it will still continue to unfold. The circumstances that police presented, they went to their home, they found in a room, in the bedroom, there was splatters of blood. In a room adjacent to the bedroom, they found, bloodied bed sheets and clothes. And the man has been found somewhere. The people who murdered him in the house, and they had the presence of mind to wrap him in a paper bag and put him in a pickup and take him all the way to a forest. They didn't have the presence of mind to remove the bloodied bed sheets.
No. Crime and punishment. It's the way the human mind works. As I said before, this gentleman called Dostoevsky was of the opinion in his writing, on a major theme, that people who commit crimes intuitively know they have done wrong and feel they need to be punished. They may not think so, but the people who normally leave no clues, now those are the ones we refer to as professionals. These are people who do that for a living, and there are those who will argue they're either sociopaths or they are psychopaths. They are people who don't have the sense of empathy that people have. So what they've done doesn't bother them. They will simply get on with life. But for most people, my friend, if there are clues to be looked for, they'll be found. And that's why, and the DCI knows exactly what to do and how to do it, and they will take one look and tell you this is what has happened, because they know and they understand it. Yes.
It's an interesting one. I think it'll continue to unfold.
But my friend,
so it's
the thing that leads one to want to kill another person.
Imagine.
And in such a bizarre manner.
The thing is, there's something that would lead to that, but then I think there's a jump from the thought. Many will say that by the time it's a thought, it has already become an action. But then there's still a jump from the thought to the action itself. And many would agree that once you've acted on your thought, then you're far gone.
The discussion about mental health cannot really end. It must increase. Because yes, this is something we hear of, but it's against a backdrop of other bizarre killings that we've actually spoken about. Some among the very people whose duty it is to actually protect and serve the citizens of this country. It's something that cannot just be discussed. It must go beyond the levels of discussion. Because we do really genuinely have a problem here.
Indeed. Ndu? Another one? Or City, are you looking at another story apart from that one with the very many jumbo things?
The story I'm looking at is this isn't actually good news.
Okay.
Why 6 Kenyan promising tech startups fell in quick succession. The industry insiders accuses casualties of launching without proper planning and being disillusioned by the success of Silicon Valley. That's what the headline states.
Okay.
But what is being spoken of here is difficult market conditions as well as funding hitches have wiped out at least 6 Kenyan tech startups this year alone, hurting the country's vision to become the Silicon Savannah of Africa. The companies that they speak of, Kune Foods, Notify Logistics, WeFarm, Wasoko, now one we've actually interviewed the participants in, Sendi, and Sky Gardens, they've all shut down in quick succession in just 4 months to October.
Even Sendi?
Sendi?
Yep.
Have shut down or
are in trouble?
Are in problems?
Well, according to this particular article, The revelation came shortly after Sandy's announcement to close down its retail and supplier platform known as Sandy Supply in a move that saw 20% of its workforce axed. The firm attributed the move to a funding drought that has hit Kenyan startups, blaming developed economies of raising the cost of lending. We have paused the Sandy Supply services, our solution that provides a platform for general retailers to purchase stock at competitive prices from multiple suppliers and manufacturers, said Sandy founder and CEO Mesh Alois.
So the issue here is that the startups are no longer able to access
That's part of the reason.
funding.
That's part of the reason.
Easily.
At something that they consider affordable.
Okay.
Wow.
My goodness. All right. Well, some of them there's been a discussion here one-on-one from both sides.
Yes.
Number one, that some of these venture capitals funds that are coming in, and the private equity funds that are coming in, their thinking is so completely different from what you expect that the chances of survival are basically slim. So some venture capital funds will come in and say, all right, so we put in the money and we expect a return, and they are taking you just too fast. Some private equity funds come in and they are looking at the bottom line. How are we going to make money out of this? And they are not, private equity funds are not long-term investors, they are short-term investors. Come in and they're looking at 5 years' time. How shall we make money? Strip this thing to the bare bone and sell it.
And sell the pieces.
Sell the pieces.
Yeah.
We make our money, we move on. What it means to those that have been left there and those that have lost their jobs.
You figure it out.
Those are stories. We should have some interview with someone from venture capital.
We actually ought to, because this one we need to look at, because if we're talking about 6, others will follow.
Yeah.
It's just that we haven't heard of the problems they're having. But if the source of funding was similar to the ones who are now in trouble, then it's just a question of time. So perhaps somebody who has greater knowledge on this subject wants to come and explain to us exactly what's happening and why it's happening.
Indeed.
Yes, we'll look for one of these CEOs of these companies that have been mentioned here, and maybe they can give us their side of the story. Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to. So the Auditor General has been busy. There's some things that she had flagged in terms of COVID. The Ministry of Health came back and said, all right, no, that's not the case. But really quickly, because I know the time's not on our side, she's come up with something. Okay, not come up with something else. She's done her work and said something else is a problem. A fiber optic project cost is unknown, according to Nancy Gathungu's office. Missing documentation has put the government on the spot over exactly how much it borrowed to finance the National Fiber Optic Backbone Infrastructure Project. Not a small one. In a forensic audit report tabled by the National Assembly last week, Auditor General Nancy Gathungu notes that the Department for ICT indicated that the contract sum for the project's 3 phases was 20.5 billion shillings in loans from China. The loans were procured in RMB, the official currency in China. However, only 10.95 billion of the amount can be ascertained through the documents provided by the State Department, leaving 9.55 billion shillings unaccounted for. Previously, the PAC of the National Assembly had heard during consideration of the audited accounts of the ICT Department for 2017-2018 that the project had been financed in excess of 30 billion. Nancy Gathungu has said, all right, that's okay, but from your papers, which you handed to us, we can only see that about half of this can be accounted for. The question is, where is 9.55 billion shillings?
Can you account for it?
Tell us where this money is.
Where?
She's been busy asking where these billions have gone. It would be interesting to see if she gets an answer.
Unfortunately, the National Assembly is not well equipped to deal with such issues. They're the ones who actually take this report. They're the ones who should... Anyway, Changamka na Airtel Money. Make payments to any buy goods and pay bill till. Simply dial *334# to get started. We are giving away 2,000 shillings worth of Airtel airtime. Today we are asking you, how did Airtel come through for you during the weekend? Share with us online for a chance to win airtime. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Uganda President Yoweri Museveni says that the East African nation has experienced 36 years of progress since he was elected as the head of state. President Museveni, who has sat at the helm of the nation for 36 years, says that under his leadership, Uganda rose from the dilapidated state it was in under the leadership of its former heads. In an interview with KTN News, Museveni said Uganda was forced to endure 24 years of regressive economy due to the mismanagement of the nation's resources that have since been revamped under his 3-decade tenure.
Although we are talking of 60 years, but actually the years of progress are only 36. Because the initial 24 we were not even stagnant, we regressed the initial 24 years. Because as you can see, Uganda is a very rich country. There's a lot of natural resources.
On the recent social media outburst by his son, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, in invading Nairobi, President Museveni said that Africa has a lot of problems and tweeting is not the most serious, adding that his son is good at his army job. He further argued that it is not easy to get people who are 100% correct and that this does not apply to his son Muhoozi.
That general you are talking about, Muhoozi, he's a very good officer in army things. Army, this one, because army has got all sorts of problems. Corruption. Many of the armies are killed by corruption, stealing resources of the army, poor training, and so on. So, if somebody is good in something but makes a mistake in something else, how would you handle it? Our experience is that you try to, as I said in my, because I also became a tweeter.
Yeah, we saw your statement. You went in there as well.
Because I became a tweeter. So from our long experience, not only for Muhoozi, for many of them, we try to get, because you may not get people 100% correct. So if he has got 10% mistake, 20% mistake, but 80% contribution, this is how you manage.
In an earlier statement made on October 5th, Museveni had asked Kenyans for forgiveness over the tweets sent by Muhoozi. Muhoozi would later issue an apology to President William Ruto. In his latest controversial tweet, however, Museveni's son has hinted on seeking the presidency in the country's next election. And President William Ruto has shed light into the disbandment of the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI's Special Service Unit. The DCI announced SSU's dissolution, attributing the choice to an order from the acting Inspector General of Police Nur Gabo summoned all officers assigned to the disbanded unit to DCI headquarters for further guidance. President Ruto has noted that he directed the disbandment of elite squad as part of his plan to address extrajudicial killings in the country. Speaking during an interdenominational prayer service at Kericho Green Stadium in Kericho County, the head of state said the police unit had become killers instead of protectors of ordinary Kenyans.
Mambo ya usalama ikaharibika, polisi wakabadilika wakawa ni watu wa kuwaua wa Kenya badala ya kuwalinda. Tumevunja ile ilikuwa inaitwa special sijui nini ya police ambayo ilikuwa inaua wa Kenya kiholela. That is the history we want to forget. Let our competitors not remind us of the many things they did against this country. We have also a plan on how to secure this country so that we avoid the shame of Kenyans killed through extrajudicial killings and put in Yala River and other rivers. We're going to secure this country going into the future. So I want to promise the people of Kenya that Kenya is on sound footing and we have a plan that will take this country into the future.
In late 2019, the then DCI boss George Kinoti disbanded the dreaded Flying Squad police unit in a move aimed at ensuring effective and efficient prevention of crime in the country. Meanwhile, the head of state said that Kenya is on the path of recovery as it is on a strong footing. He said the opposition must keep off as they fix the mess they left behind. President Ruto said he was keen on confronting hunger, insecurity and turn Kenya into an equal opportunity country for all. He noted that the next step will be to add value to agricultural produce so that farmers can earn more and sustain more lives. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
So maybe traffic count starts a little bit early today because we're seeing quite a lot of action. Different parts of the city coming off the Thika Superhighway, that started early and it looks like it's going to take us round way past 9 o'clock. Looking at this whole industrial area quadrant, we're going from Jogo Road to Lunga Lunga, Likoni and Lusaka. Spilling over towards that Likoni interchange on Mombasa Road today already looks pretty busy. Landis Road is doing the business and that's for sure. My goodness, look at Kiambu Road competing with Thika Superhighway today. Very heavy traffic and it's in and outbound, but it's probably all inbound. And I don't know how many lanes we have today, but talk about congestion. That's what congestion looks like today, and it's moving very slowly, so you want to think about that before getting on Kiambu Road. James Gishoro also packing up. We're seeing the same thing on Gong Road, coming off Kikuyu, as well as Naivasha Road, doing the business, really busy. Let's talk about it, guys. Hope you're not stuck anywhere. Even if you're moving slowly, at least you're moving. Talk to us on SpiceFM. KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 7. Good morning. Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. That story that you're reading, fiber optic project cost is unknown. Auditor concludes. Julia says, there comes the ICT ministry again. Continue.
They won't account for the money Auditor General is asking for until the current leader exits. As things stand right now, they don't know how to count.
Hey. Who hurt you, ma'am?
Who doesn't know how to count?
Hey.
Why?
What is the issue?
What's wrong?
Who hurt you? Surely. Okay. Tell us about the room.
Let me tell you about the room. Okay, so you know how you, as an employer, are always looking for the best candidate.
Yes.
The one who's going to come and fill in that position.
Yes.
And then you put out a job for 3 people and 10 million people apply. Now, what the room does, and you're not even sure if these guys actually have said, I can do this thing and then want to come and learn on the job.
Yes.
Now, the room makes sure that you don't have folks who are coming to learn with your job. These are people who've gone through the process. They've gone through the rigors. The room, through its ALX system, have trained these individuals. And so when you come into the room, you're guaranteed that the people who are candidates for this position have been trained and they meet the mark. The room is bringing expertise, it's bringing skill, it's bringing knowledge, it's bringing you the right candidate. All you need to do is step in and make a choice.
Indeed. www.theroom.com. Now we have a guest in the studio. He is our president. Okay. And before we accord the right honors and, for example, the guard of honor and all for the president, City has the day's proverb.
Okay. The locust flew away, but it left hardship. That's a proverb from Somalia.
The locust flew away, but it left
hardship. Of course, we were of the view that it took some of those hardships to Kenya.
I don't know whether, City, you are trying to play a political game, because I am looking at the papers today. And I see 2 similar headlines. The proverb says, the locust? Say.
The locust flew away, but it left hardship.
Give us time to clean up Uhuru mess, pleads Ruto.
You know what this guy is doing?
Uhuru ruined the economy, says Ruto, as he pleads for more time. The locust flew away.
City, I've warned you. Don't say anything.
About?
Thank you very much. Carry on.
You know?
No,
Okay. See, Auntie has spoken.
The locust flew away. Eric Thauri is the president of the Law Society of Kenya. He's here with us in the studio. Eric, good morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
I'm good.
That proverb by City, what comes to mind when you hear it? How do you interpret the proverb? It's a Somali proverb.
I'm still digesting. You know, Somalis are not synonymous with proverbs.
Monsieur El Presidente. Every African country, I mean, the nations of the world, yes, but we're in Africa. Believe me, have proverbs.
All of them.
All.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a deep proverb. I mean, if you look at it in the context of what we're going on, yeah, it's quite deep.
The president is a thinking man, unlike you, Eric.
This president, unlike you. All presidents in the country,
yes,
are thinking the same way. Yes,
you think?
Oh yes,
past and present.
Past and present.
Why don't we just throw in the future while we're at it?
Now, the Law Society of Kenya came out guns blazing on Thursday. And this is after action by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions regarding some ongoing cases before court, touching on corruption, particularly when the Director of Public Prosecutions went to court and applied to drop charges in a case where former officers, senior managers of the Kenya Power and Lighting Company were in court, and another case where the former governor of Samburu County and others were also in court. Although later he came and said he's going to continue with the Samburu case. The Law Society of Kenya was saying, we need to know why. And you give an ultimatum to the Director of Public Prosecutions. Just bring us up to speed. What was it? Where were your nostrils flaring, Eric?
You know, the issue really was what you call the integrity of an institution. Before a case is instituted, it goes through a certain process. The first process is the investigations carried out we presume, by extremely competent and professional police officers. They investigate, they know what the law says, they gather the evidence, and they find that the evidence they have gathered discloses an offense that is known within the laws of our country. Then they present that file to the DPP. The DPP then independently reviews the evidence, and where there are gaps, he points out the gaps to them and tells them, fill these gaps. And after they have done that, or if there are no gaps and he is satisfied that the evidence discloses an offense, then they charge you. Now, what is critical and what we would want people to understand is that at the point where the DPP makes a determination to charge you, that evidence, if unchallenged, should be able to secure a conviction. So it's evidence we call prima facie. On the face of it, without an explanation, it shows that someone committed an offense. Now, assuming that that is the case, then how do you withdraw a case that has been in court perhaps for 3, 4, 5 years? That is the question. Yeah. So that it is either that the case in the first place ought not to have been there, or in the alternative, and considering that some of those suspects were had been nominated for cabinet secretaries, you're just withdrawing the cases so that they can go through the
Nomination process.
The nomination process. Yeah.
Can we camp out in that 4-5 years ago for a minute? So when this case was brought to court, Eric, the assumption would be that the office of the DPP had met the threshold of evidentiary demand, that whatever the list of counts were, that they had done the due diligence and they had done the homework, and then it was presented to court for these charges then to be leveled against individuals. Now, we have seen cases whereby the court would say, well, this evidence is not sufficient, take this thing away, forget about it, let's move on, right? In this case, the court was then accepting of the evidence that was brought, accepting of, through which now the process of charging actually took place. At that point, if it was not sufficient, could the court have said, or would the court have said, actually, this does not meet the mark, give us something else to deal with? Could that have happened at the time if it was not sufficient, or how would that have worked exactly?
No, we don't have a sort of a pre-trial process where the court would have to look at the evidence first before confirming a charge. It's different if you look at maybe the ICC. They go through some sort of pre-trial process, go through the evidence and confirm that it discloses a reasonable offense, and then they charge. Other countries also have that sort of mechanism.
Right.
But in Kenya, we do not have that. So that responsibility is vested upon the DPP.
Beautiful.
And it's actually a constitutional requirement for him, because you have to remember that our 2010 constitution was crafted upon the various challenges that we had, we faced during the repressive regime of the years. And in those, and one of the things that characterized that regime was the use of criminal process to harass and rather persecute those that had contrary opinions to the government of the day. So the constitutional requirement that the DPP then is this safeguard. The police will investigate, but the DPP is the safeguard. Is the one who is actually safeguarding the public interest to ensure that no case is brought to court when it is to serve an ulterior purpose.
So based on that then, so we can also say that the trust, whether it is of the judiciary or of the people of Kenya, is that by the time the ODPP is bringing a case to court, that it is watertight, and that you can trust that they've done the due diligence before this case is presented.
Yes, that actually is the position, and you will find that there are a few cases where suspects have tried to challenge the decision by the DPP to charge, and the courts have always been consistent that during the criminal trial, the person still enjoys the presumption of innocence until the case is heard and determined, and there are sufficient safeguards within the criminal trial process to ensure that an innocent person does not go to jail or is not held to account for an offense he did not commit. So the reason why the courts then have taken that position is because they look at the constitutional architecture and they know that the DPP is there to safeguard public interest, and they make the presumption that by the time he is presenting the case to court, there is watertight. So you will find that there are very few instances where the court will intervene. And in those, then the court will be able to look at it and say that this prosecution is brought because of other ulterior motives. But if you just bring in, for example, gaps that, this evidence is not enough, those kind of things, the court will tell you, when you go to trial, you should be able to challenge where, you're saying there is insufficiency of evidence, so that you have to prove that perhaps this prosecution in itself is intended to serve ulterior purposes for the court to agree. Now, the situation that we find ourselves in at this particular juncture is that the DPP is taking certain actions, which then raises questions as to the credibility of his office and of the investigative agencies. So suppose, and this is what I invite you to start considering, suppose that the DPP, by the time he filed those cases, he knew that the evidence is not enough, or that there is a probability that these guys whom I'm taking to court did not commit the offenses that they committed.
Yeah.
And you have to remember how these people used to be arrested.
Yep.
Yeah. What infamously came to be known as Kamata Kamata Friday.
Yep.
Yeah. That it got to a point where when you are a top civil servant, you had to carry an extra jacket and sweater because, come Friday,
you could be picked up anywhere.
You could be picked up anywhere. Yeah. And then so you need to be sufficiently dressed to be able to survive the night in the event that you are caught. Now, when you look at all that, and then it is those cases that then are being withdrawn, what kind of an injustice did we carry out on the Kenyan people? And so that then brings into question, tomorrow then, if a case is instituted, would we believe that it is being instituted for the right purposes?
Or all the other present cases that are still ongoing, that haven't been concluded, can we trust that there is sufficient evidence or that they are actually going through fair process in their prosecution? Is it allowed in law, Eric, for the DPP to go to court with and still be collecting more evidence as a case is ongoing? For example, so he has been presented a file by the DCI or the EACC or whichever investigating agency. He looks at the file and he finds, like you said, prima facie case, goes to court. But he can still say, but there is still more evidence that I'm looking for.
The investigations often continue beyond the stage of initiation of a charge. But at the point of initiation, there ought to be enough evidence. There might be a situation, perhaps, let us say that where there is some sort of unholy alliance between the police and the DPP, where, you present evidence, and then I tell you, having reviewed it, I think that it is not enough, and I need you to check ABCD, and then someone tells you, no, I just allow me to charge, allow me to charge, because the trial will not take place immediately. By the time we finish, I would have filled up those gaps, and then we can continue with the case. So there might be a situation where if there is what you call an unholy alliance between the police and the DPP, that those kind of things can happen, which is some sort of, for lack of a better word, a very kienyeji way of operating, which is completely outside the law. So you may want to say that might be a situation that would happen. But the ideal is that you charge on the basis of the information, and that information discloses a reasonable charge. But as the case continues, investigations are carried out, continue to be carried out, and in some instance, even information that would what we call exculpatory evidence can come up, and exculpatory in the sense that it points to the innocence. It's evidence that then shows that you are innocent of a crime. Yeah. So
this thing is very good.
No, you said every tribe has its own whatever.
Yes, compulsory. So the tribe that this gentleman is president of can escapulsary you.
Yeah.
At the point of trial, let's look at the office of the DPP and accord it goodwill. Okay, in this particular case, let's just look at it and say, all right, so let's assume that they are actually doing the best to the best of their ability and the best of intentions. So they go to court, and here you say, you and the investigating agency, you agree, all right, so I will need extra information or extra evidence as the case proceeds, so that then we can basically tighten all the loose ends. We can preempt what the defense would bring. We'll have the kind of evidence, right, but let's take them to court because we have sufficient stuff that shows something happened here. But in between, the goodwill between the ODPP and the investigating agency collapses. So now the investigating agency decides, I am not going to be following everything that you asked me to do. I have other things that I want to focus on. In this particular case, the DPP basically is complaining, I have written to the DCI 4 times asking for this piece of evidence. They have not provided me with this piece of evidence, so that's why my hands are tied. I cannot investigate myself, and I expected this piece of evidence to be the one that goes ahead to solidify my case. With that, I don't have confidence that this case can continue. Is that not a possibility?
It is a possibility, and I in my own assessment of the situation that we are facing, that could actually be the case. I mean, we know that there has been extremely frosty relationships between the former DCI, Mr. Kinoti, and the DPP. We know that Mr. Kinoti has attempted severally to charge people without getting the consent of the DPP. So we know that friction. We know that there have been cases that have been taken to the DPP, and the DPP has declined to charge on the basis that they do not meet the threshold. And that has resulted in significant pressure from the DCI to the DPP. We know of the so many cases that have been filed in the Constitutional Division. I remember my predecessor had to also go to court to challenge certain very corrosive attempts by the DCI, former DCI, Mr. Kinoti, to interfere with the office of the DPP. So we are alive to all those issues. And I think that really points to the kind of situation that we are in, that there's been lack of hygiene in the criminal justice chain. And then so we need to start somewhere. And the place that we start is at the door of the DPP, because he is the one constitutionally who is supposed to ensure that all of us are safe. And this is really a question of our own safety. And let me say this, so that you can begin to comprehend the kind of situation that we are in as a country. Prison population, the highest number of people who are in prison are serving a sentence of below 3 years. It's more than about 60% of the population in prison. About 30%, and I say this very loosely, it might be 30, it might be slightly more, of the population that is in prison are serving a sentence of below 1 year. So what does that tell you? It tells you that those are petty offenders.
Yeah.
Those are offenders that are probably unrepresented, and that's why they are in jail. So there is a possibility that there are a lot of people who are in jail who are not supposed to be in jail. So in a sense, if then we are able probably to go back, we might find that there are so many cases that have been presented by the police to the courts, and those people have been convicted, but there's been no basis to take them to the police station, to courts. Maybe they were intended to serve other ulterior purposes, as this scenario is beginning to show us. So you know, and that's the question that I was asking. How then do we trust our police? that when they arrest someone and they actually take that person to court, that person actually deserves to be taken.
Sufficient.
Yeah, that's really the crisis that we are facing as a country, and it's not an idle inquiry that we are making, but we need to start somewhere. We start with at the door of the DPP, because he is the one who is supposed to be our shield.
And if he doesn't play that role sufficiently, then
yes,
he has allowed us to be exposed. He's exposed us.
Actually, now the prosecution has changed from prosecution to persecution.
Wow. Let's take a break. Yes, let's take a break at this point. It's 7:30. Eric Theuri is the president of the Law Society of Kenya. He's here with us today, talking about why the LSK is not happy with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution when it drops some certain high-level corruption cases without explanation. And you sought sufficient explanation from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. You'll tell us whether you've received any communication from the ODPP, and also what you're going to do about it next. Ndu, please tell Eric about 30th, the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon.
So, Eric, I know that even before this, you were thinking in your head that it was time to get moving, even before you came today. So it's okay. I'm just confirming everything that you had thought about, because the Nairobi Standard Chartered Marathon takes place on the 30th of October, isn't it?
Yes.
Are you running?
I'll run in solidarity.
Okay. The solidarity works. But I'm sure you'll know many people who are actually going to run the physical race come the 30th of October, and the folks who are taking place in the virtual run between the 20th and the 30th. This solidarity would have been great for the virtual run, but it's okay, because now we can let you know how that is going to happen. Between the 23rd and the 30th, folks are going to be taking place in the virtual run and then post their times on the leaderboard. And then on the 30th, the physical run will happen, and folks will come together to run for the future makers in this country, thanks to the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon.
Time for a break. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
We know it is cold, but Cold Stone Creamery has hot deals for you. This month, enjoy cups of rich and creamy ice cream, delicious ice cream cakes, and fresh oven-baked cakes at amazing prices. Visit any of our stores in Nairobi or Mombasa and indulge in your favorite treats. Cold Stone Creamery, the ultimate ice cream experience.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Equals in Nairobi at some point this morning. It's 16 degrees, highs of 27 and lows of 16. Sunny conditions at 16 in Nakuru, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 25 as well in a rainy Nyeri this morning at 16. It's 15 and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 22 and lows of 12, and a bit of a sprinkle in Mombasa as well at 25, highs of 30 and lows of 24. There's some light rain in parts of Malindi at 25, highs of 30 and lows of 24, while it's mostly cloudy at 21 in Kisumu, highs of 27 and lows of 18. We'll see highs of 19, we'll see highs of 25 in Kakamega. It's currently mostly cloudy at 21. Looking out into Kampala, it's mostly cloudy at 20, highs of 26 and lows of 17. While it's sunny at 24 in Dar es Salaam, we'll see highs of 30 and lows of 22. Cloudy conditions at 14 in Johannesburg, highs of 24 and lows of 14. While it's mostly clear at 25 in Lagos, it goes to highs of 31. 33 will be the high in Kinshasa, where the rain showers this morning coming down to lows of 24.
Spice up your life.
Getting into it proper this morning, really heavy traffic coming off the Thika Superhighway, and that started early now into the belly of Kiambu County, and a lot of traffic now spilling over to the Thika Superhighway, and it's absolutely clogged and congested on Kiambu Road getting out into the city. Limuru Road is doing the same. We're looking at the United Nations Avenue coming from the Greater Limuru Road, coming off of Red Hill Road as well. Quite a lot of traffic, and it's going to spill over as you're coming out through God's Parklands this morning. Waiaki Way, busy, and it's all the way from the Nyeri Stadium roundabout out through the city and then into Westlands. James Gishuru not looking too bad. It's going to clog up though, that we know. Gitanga Road is also looking good at around this time. Give it half an hour. If you haven't left, now it's the time to do so because it'll pack up real fast. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Let's keep things moving. Talk to us there.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 25 minutes
done
today.
right.
The conversation continues. Spice FM, KTN Home and online. Before we continue the conversation with Eric Theory, I'd like to talk to everybody who earns below 150,000 shillings a month, all right? And you'd like to own a home, okay? Basically, you're paying rent somewhere. And instead of just continuing to pay rent, you can actually be paying rent to own your own home. There's a whole simplified way of doing this. The Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company was established in 2018 by the government of Kenya as a way of making sure that people have access to affordable home loans. And this is how they work. It's owned by the government and 11 banks and 9 SACCOs. It's the only mortgage refinancing company in the world that also incorporates SACCOs as members. So what you do is you go to your SACCO or your commercial bank, and we'll be telling you which these banks are and which these SACCOs are. You go and you want to take a loan, especially in Nairobi, you want to take a home loan that's 6 million shillings and below. Go, apply, and you tell them, I want the KMRC home loan. They tell you, all right, so we are participating in the KMRC home loan. You get a home loan for below 10%, single-digit home loan. Currently, they're doing it between 8 and 9.5%, and a longer tenure of 25 years. So you take this loan, you pay over 25 years, and it's going to be a fixed. If it's 8%, it's fixed through the 25 years. If it's 9%, it's fixed through the 25 years. Easy, isn't it, City?
Actually,
and simplified.
Life couldn't get simpler. And also, when you hear of government involvement, then you are indemnified. The likelihood of something going wrong is as remote as the country of Kenya folding up.
Imagine.
Yes.
And also on top of the government and the 11 banks and the 9 SACCOs, there are also other strategic partners who include the World Bank, the Africa Development Bank, Shelter Afrique, and others. So there is proper.
There are serious structures that support this particular plan.
Yeah, just remember, you don't go to KMRC to ask for the loan. You go to your bank, then the bank will deal with KMRC.
It's like you don't go to the central bank to ask them to give you money.
Yes.
No. You go to your own bank.
Go to your bank. Higher. City, you had a question for Eric.
I did. Mr. President, something I want you to explain to me because I find it puzzling. I found it puzzling for the longest time. You say that our laws stipulate that one is innocent until proven guilty. So why do we have a remand facility where people who are arrested simply go there and some seem to actually make a permanent residence there and they're there for the longest time? How does this innocent until proven guilty thing work?
It's a presumption. It's a presumption of innocence. It's a presumption because you haven't gone through the criminal process yet.
Yes.
But there's been some investigation which has shown in prima facie that you are, there's a probable case against you. A probable case against you. So, there are so many reasons then of course, because you enjoy the presumption of innocence, then you have the right to be admitted to bail or bond so that you can continue with your own activities as you go through the criminal trial process. And that's the reason why you have a remand home, so that for those that are unable to post bail, then there's somewhere where you can hold them. Now, if there are also other reasons why you can also be denied bail. You may have the ability to pay, but maybe it is not safe for you to be released because sometimes of the nature of the offense, and the sentiment of the community from which you're coming from. Perhaps there's a probability that you will interfere with the witnesses. So there are so many reasons that go against your right to bail. But remember, constitutionally, every person is entitled to bail. And you see, when the 2010 Constitution came, murder was not bailable. Yeah, but eventually people interpreted it and said the Constitution has said everyone has a right to bail and bond. So even if you are charged for murder, you're still entitled to get bond.
You know, you've actually confounded my puzzlement.
Because of why?
Yeah, because if I'm going with the figures that you've mentioned, you said they're anecdotal. There's 60% thrown in people who are in jail, and the term is under 3 years, and there's another 30% under 1 year. My guess is that the bulk of these people are not old like myself.
Yes, but you know there's a difference, because we are talking of people who are already serving a sentence, who are in jail.
I agree completely.
Yes,
But
of course, that's true also, that majority of the people are in their productive years.
Yes. When you consider that someone is arrested and there is an investigation, the very person who is conducting the investigation, the person who was responsible for your arrest, it seems to be like a skewed shift of power just to one particular sector. Because these fellows have the power to hold you, detain you, and decide even before what it is that you're going to be guilty of before you're even taken to court. And yet, the person who's been arrested has one recourse. It's called bail. One. And if these people are young, and many of them are in that position, this very thing that the Constitution magnanimously offers them, they can't afford. They're not in a position to take advantage of. Are there other avenues that such individuals can actually seek redress and look for ways of ensuring that they enjoy this freedom that the Constitution actually affords them?
You know, there's a whole policy on bail and bond, and one of the things that it looks at are all those issues.
Do they really?
Yes, they do. And in certain instances, the court, as time goes by, keeps on gradually reducing your bail and bond, and it can get to a point where it can actually, release you even on your own recognitions. Yes. I was looking for a slightly, but I can see
exculpatory note. Yes.
Yeah. So there, all that is it working very well? Sometimes it does not. Because you can never quite get a perfect way of handling it. But what it requires is so much of sensitivity on the part of the court and sensitivity on the part of the police. But also, there are so many other policies that people have come up with, diversion policy, AJS, in terms of alternative dispute justice systems, so that it should not always be that every minor case should be ending up in court.
When you're arrested, where does the alternate dispute resolution, or where does it come in? I'm simply saying that there's a certain power imbalance when it comes to issues that we refer to as criminal, where the power is predominantly in the hands of those who can arrest you and those who investigate.
Your accuser has more power.
Yes, and I'm saying this individual here, who the Constitution tells, informs that they're innocent until proven guilty, it's like they're guilty until proven innocent, really.
No, not quite, because there are so many safeguards to ensure that
that you remain innocent.
That does not happen. But the reality of it, as you are saying, is that in this game, the cops have a higher advantage.
Okay.
And that is the nature, because this is the state.
Okay.
It has resources that not every ordinary individual has.
Okay. But two of my questions.
Yes.
There have been institutions that on paper, offer free legal service. It's what they do. How does that system work? My concern here is that we have jails and prisons and remand full of people whom, as you say correctly, probably ought not to be there. We've established many of them cannot afford lawyers. What about these services that are offered by these institutions? Do they actually work? Because if they work, then why do we still have these large numbers of people who are incarcerated and probably should not be incarcerated?
They do work, but you see, they are sort of like civil society sponsored. For example, as a law society, we have a pro bono scheme, but we cannot take on all the cases that are deserving of pro bono services.
Why not?
Because, assume I have 20 or 30 of those cases, and they are not paying. I am offering free legal service. Where do I get my
free to the person whom you're representing?
Yes.
Is there a system by which you can be?
That is what I was coming to.
Yes.
The person that has failed here is the government, because the Constitution has placed an obligation on the government to ensure that it is able to provide those who cannot afford legal services a lawyer. There is the Legal Aid Act that has been passed by Parliament. It's been several years before it has been implemented because it has not been allocated the resources. So if you look at it in terms of priority, the government has not prioritized
the right of the hustler.
The right of so-called hustlers. It's even worse, for example, when you go to children in conflict with the law. It's even worse. How many remand homes do you know? I think we have one, if I'm not wrong, perhaps two postal institutions in this country. And there are a lot of children who are in conflict with the law. Where do you put them? Until just the other day when civil society started making noise, you would find that, and in certain places it still happens, you would find that children are being held with adults when they are in cells. So the government, when it comes to the question of rule of law in terms of how the police are resourced, they are adequately underfunded. Measures that are supposed to ensure that no innocent person goes to jail are adequately under-resourced. So that is the challenge that we have in town.
What can you do as the Law Society of Kenya?
Scale. We've been, of course, lobbying for an increase in those resources. We also are trying to look for, as a society, for partners who can be able to, work with us and give us the resources that we would then be able to establish and run proper legal aid schemes, and that is something that is an ongoing discussion with several donors. So but also the government really has to take responsibility. There is a scheme that is run by the judiciary for murder suspects, because then murder was deemed to be the most heinous crime, and it has a pro bono scheme for. But the judiciary hardly has money to pay. So you have lawyers who are taking a small token, just to be able to have fuel when you're going to court and that sort of thing. But even that is not being provided.
It's not enough.
Yeah.
You sit in, remind me the name of this committee that brings together all the players in the justice system.
NCAJ.
Yes, the National Council for the Administration of Justice. You as the president of LSK are there. The Chief Justice is there. The DPP is there. The DCI, of course, the Commissioner of Prisons and all the others. Do you discuss this particular issue? For example, have you talked about those people who are incarcerated, those people who need legal aid? There's a law in place. It's not been operationalized. Have you discussed it? And how best you can make sure that this is operationalized?
Yeah, those are ongoing discussions. Actually, the last time we had a meeting, we agreed that we need to decongest the prisons. We looked at those numbers in terms of what then they mean. And we have agreed with the judiciary that certain measures ought to be taken. Among them, the power of the court to review some of those sentences and adjust them accordingly in light of the circumstances that they will be getting, the reports that they will be getting from the prisons. So that is something that is ongoing. I think the other issue that we need to do is to also talk to the magistrates again, to raise their level of awareness so that they can begin to appreciate that some of these things, just being mechanical in terms of I have sent somebody to jail, whereas there are various other forms of handling sentencing, because we have a guideline on sentencing. It shouldn't be the default, someone has come drunk and disorderly,
jail,
pay a fine of 10,000 if you can't pay 2 months or 3 months in prison. Because some of them, that 10,000, when you're telling them to pay, they're like, you know what, I'd rather go and eat free government food for the whatever. And we have to give credit to those who've carried out reforms in our prisons. Some of these prisons, for someone whose life is probably not so well, they can go there.
They will not afford 10,000.
Yeah, they can't afford. Anyway. So they decide, you know what, free food and whatever is not like I'm gainfully employed or whatever. I'll come out and I'll still continue with my life. But what happens is that sometimes then when they go in, then they get converted and they come out, instead of being reformed, then they
get deeper.
They get deeper into crime because of having gone to jail. And in the process, met people who have now told them, you know what, you've only come here for 2 months because of this. No, you can do better.
You can be making 10K in a day.
But does that not point to something that is infinitely nefarious in that this system that is supposed to be corrective in nature is actually an incubation hub for criminals? So it's like the justice system is trying to reduce what they consider an ill, and yet by their very action, what they're doing is they're promoting it, they're enhancing it, they're growing it. Because somebody who was, as you say, caught loitering, goes to prison, goes to jail. The product that comes out of that particular institution is very different from the product that went in, and the numbers keep increasing. And then we marvel as to why it is there are so many cases of young people who seem to be getting into crime.
Indeed. That you can actually say that that's an absolute certainty in terms of what is happening, and it also changes the narrative of what a prison is supposed to be. Instead of it being a place for a reform and restoration, then it becomes actually sort of, like a criminal academy.
So, just looking back at this case with the DPP, we then saw no sooner than had he, withdrawn the cases, then at least one case, he said, look, it's being reinstituted. So what does this mean exactly? Going back into court, it will stand trial after 5 years. What happens now with this? And then what does it mean on the face of it? How does it then look, for the office of the DPP to be able to then institute, retract, and then reinstitute? What does this mean?
I assume we probably are talking about the case for the governor of Samburu.
Yes.
Because my understanding is that they had made an application. They gave reasons. It looks like the court was also not extremely comfortable
with letting
it go and the reasons that were being advanced. And because of that, then they, withdrew sort of the application to proceed to withdraw the charges. Withdraw. Well, then the case will have to proceed to its logical end. And I think even some of the other cases that...
But as it
But
proceeds...
what could have changed? And I think that's the
If
crux
the
of the matter.
DPP is only withdrawing because the court does not seem convinced that for the reason that you wanted to withdraw in the first place, that means the DPP is not confident
He's not sure of his case.
that he can secure a conviction in the case. Are you seeing a possibility of then this DPP going back and getting more energy and coming and saying, all right,
I'm ready
let's
now.
secure conviction?
It's one of those things that we want to see how it pans out. As you are saying, it then really raises those questions. What are they really going to do? Are they just going to go through a ritual, and get to the end of it? But I think for me, what we would want to, and this is one thing we'll be watching keenly, is to see the conduct of the DPP after this. Of course, I'm saying that because we are still following up on the situation.
Mm-hmm.
I can probably mention that he wrote to me. He wrote to the society. He requested that we have a meeting, and we'll be having a meeting today in the afternoon at around 2:30, just to have this discussion. Of course, we understand that the DPP is independent in terms of how he executes the functions of his offices, and as a law society we have no oversight over. But there's a reason why the law society also sits at NCAJ, because in terms of being the custodian of the public good, that is a statutory mandate that the law society has. So we and considering the sensitivity and the broader implications to the justice system, that this is a matter that needs to be handled with a little bit of sensitivity, but also to ensure that we get full accountability in terms of the actions that are being taken. So one of the other things is that yes, we are going to have a discussion with him, listen to his point of view, but the other thing we would also be looking at to see is if then there was insufficiency or if there was a lack of cooperation, and you're saying that perhaps there might have been that situation where there were some loose ends that were supposed to be tied that have not been tied, and these cases have been withdrawn under Section 87A. A withdrawal under Section 87A basically means that the police can investigate that case afresh and still charge you for the offense for which they have withdrawn. So is that also something that is a possibility? So that we then get to know if then they didn't have they had evidence, but there are certain loose ends that needs to be tied up. Can there be then instructions to the investigating officer? And now noting that we have a new boss in town, we have a new sheriff in town, is that something that can be done? So that you tell them, look here, we instituted this case and this is what happened, but there are these ends which have not been tied, but some of your investigators have not been responding to our claims. But even more damaging and something that also worries us is when you have an investigator, a senior investigator within the DPP, within the DCI, coming out to say that, I signed an affidavit saying certain things, and I didn't know what that affidavit contained because I only signed the last page
without reading.
Without reading, I was assuming that I mean, look at that kind of situation. What does it really?
I know we're coming to the end of this hour, but I have to ask this question.
You only have 5 seconds to ask, and him 5 seconds to answer.
Can we question the actual independence of the DPP's office and the strength of that independence?
Yes, we can, and we have to actually now determine whether it's actually independent or not.
After today's meeting, you'll get a sense, right, of whether it's independent or not, and then we'll ask you.
And we'll ask you to come back.
Yes, as the president of the Law Society of Kenya.
Why does that sound like a threat?
Yeah, the president of the Law Society of Kenya, whose mandate includes public good. You'll tell us whether the office of the DPP is actually independent. Eric Theuri, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
We'll invite you again.
I appreciate it.
Keep it here for more conversations coming up. Good morning, it's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Oseto. President William Ruto said that Kenya is on the path to recovery as it is on a strong footing. He said the opposition must keep off as they fix the mess they left behind. President Ruto said he was keen on confronting hunger, insecurity and turn Kenya into an equal opportunity country for all.
Wale ambao tulishindana na wao watulize boli, waliharibu nchi yetu, watupatie nafasi tuifanyie ukarabati na tuipange iweze kwenda mbele. Walikuwa na miaka 5 ambayo walitumia kuharibu mambo ya nchi yetu. Uchumi ikaharibika, tukawa na madeni.
He noted that the next step will be to add value to agriculture produce so that farmers can earn more and sustain more livelihoods. This is Azimio la Umoja coalition leader Raila Odinga's fed back at President William Ruto claims that he sabotaged the country's economy alongside former President Uhuru Kenyatta. In a statement, Raila asked the Kenya Kwanza government to stop the never-ending complaints against the previous administration. And Raila Odinga has left the country for India and will be visiting several other nations. His communications director, Dennis Onyango, had earlier said that Raila is headed to India, where he will be for the next 10 days. In India, Onyango said Raila will attend to personal matters and also have official engagements with business leaders focusing on Africa's infrastructure development. Raila's trip comes days after he held talks with India's High Commissioner to Kenya, Namgya Kampa. And controversy stalks the vetting of ANC party leader Musalia Mudavadi to the position of Prime Cabinet Secretary, with the vetting exercise for all the 22 cabinet nominees set to kick off today. Azimio leaders have raised doubts on Mudavadi's position on grounds that it is not in the constitution. The ANC party leader will be the first nominee to face the National Assembly Committee on Appointments. Nominated to the position of Prime Cabinet Secretary domiciled at the Kenya Railways headquarters, Mudavadi was touted by President William Ruto as the country's third most powerful leader, but that position has sparked controversy within the vetting committee. We will be following up on that to know how that vetting will take place at the corridors of the National Assembly. Now, Machakos Governor of Nyeri and Mavoko MP Patrick Makau have vowed to get rid of land grabbers in the county. This comes amidst numerous complaints from Machakos residents citing corruption and frustration at the Ministry of Lands. Speaking during a burial ceremony in Moa Hills, the two lamented that land grabbing has become rampant in the county and warned that the law will take its course on the culprits. Opinia said our office has received many complaints of grabbed parcels of land belonging to community and individuals and vowed to wrestle those implicated.
Land registration sasa, ukienda Mavoko uende Matungulu, title deeds za Mavoko zinaandikiwa Nairobi, na hiyo maneno ya Nairobi ndio inafanya watu waibiwe mashamba left, right, center. Najua wewe unajua kusimama, simama na useme registry ya lands ya Machakos County iletwe Machakos County.
Kama wewe kazi yako imekuwa ya kuchukua mashamba ya watu katika county ya Machakos, your time is over. Your time is over. Niliwaambia nitapigana na nyinyi mpaka Yesu akuje. Na kama umechukua shamba ya mtu wa Machakos, tutapigana na wewe mpaka Yesu akuje. Makao, my brother, we are together in the fight.
Now, the suspect into the murder of a bodyguard to Ida Odinga was arrested in Eldoret. Collins Oulo Okundi was arrested in Eldoret, and a pistol believed to be that of the slain officer recovered during the arrest. Nyanza Regional Police Boss Karanja Mwiruri confirmed the arrest in the neighboring Rift Valley region. The suspect is accused of grabbing the firearm of the deceased before shooting him dead. Thursday night in Kisumu. Now, the family of slain businessman George Mwangi has appealed to the police to act with speed and arrest all the perpetrators involved in the murder of the Rwanda-based businessman whose body was found in Kieni Forest, Kiambu County. Mwangi's mother Priscilla Wanjiru says the family is still in shock following the murder of a 58-year-old son and arrest of his wife, politician Gladys Chania, as the prime suspect. The family describes the late Mwangi as a calm and collected family man. The family would later receive a call from Mwangi's wife Gladys Chania informing them that the businessman had allegedly disappeared from their home. And Trans Nzoia County Administration has commissioned construction of 20 million shillings Amani Dam in Chepchoina and Ndebe sub-county. Speaking during the groundbreaking event, the County Agriculture Executive Mary Nzomo said upon the dam, farmers will be connected to irrigation scheme to help boost the production and broaden their income base. This is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM.
Looking at the Coney Road traffic that's spilling over to the interchange of Mombasa Road today, and that's really heavy. It started early as well, so you want to watch out for that. Heading out towards Mombasa Road, you might want to think about going the long way and then using Enterprise Road, depending on where you're going. Lunga Lunga is also pretty busy, and we're looking at Jogo Road going towards Landy, still doing the thing. Let's take a look at the Thika Superhighway making its way into the city. Just now at that Allsops Junction is where we see traffic. It's gotten better coming from Outer Ring, and the Kiambu Road is still heavy as we're looking at it now. All right, let's look at what's coming out of Westlands. It hasn't been too busy today. James Gishuru, you can contend with that without too much of a headache. So traffic hour, not too sticky this morning, but we'll keep an eye on things. Let's know what's going on where you are this morning. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
17th day of October 2022. Welcome to The Situation Room. If you're just joining us live on KTN Home or on Spice FM, or if you're streaming our show online on Facebook, Spice FM KE or YouTube, karibu sana. This next hour, we want to focus on the diaspora, Kenya's County 48, when it comes to the elections. We know there are very many Kenyans who are out there. Kenya's largest foreign exchange earner is Kenyans living abroad and working abroad, and we want to have a conversation about that. The Cabinet Secretary nominee for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora, Dr. Alfred Mutua, will be before Parliament today. So we want to speak about that issue. We have a guest in the studio. One will be joining us from Washington, D.C., USA via video link. Before we welcome them, City, the proverb from the diaspora.
No. This one is actually from the country of Somalia.
So that's diaspora.
Who's diaspora exactly?
No, diaspora has to be, there has to be an ocean you cross.
Yes, and I understand all that, but
it's
you don't
overseas.
cross any of it. It's just next door here. You can get in by land. No sea journey required here.
So it's not diaspora.
But
you can see over there in Somalia.
Okay. Since Eric needs to be mollified, yes, Eric, let me mention a proverb from the diaspora of Somalia. Okay? Are we good?
Yes.
Thank you so much. The locust flew away, but it left hardships.
The locust flew away, but it left hardships.
And then, where did the locust fly to?
Kenya.
So where did the hardship go to?
Kenya.
Okay.
Then it left Kenya and went to South Sudan.
Hey, eureka moment. So even as it flies away, it takes hardship with it where it's going. It not just leaves it behind, but it goes with it as well.
Which means locusts have an abundance of hardships.
It would seem there's some bothersome creatures these days.
Yes. Leave some here, carry some away, take some others elsewhere.
Locust is equals hardship.
Is equals a lot of hardships, exported hardships. In fact, the real diaspora is actually the locust.
It's a moving diaspora. Okay.
All right. Victoria Nkatha is a diaspora youth leader from Denmark. She's with us in the studio. And we are joined by a video link by Danson Mukile. Danson is an IT expert and a policy strategist. He's in Washington, D.C., USA. Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning. How are you?
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Make yourself comfortable.
We'll try to. This is our legend sitting here, so I'll try to.
Yeah. That proverb. When City said it, you're like, oh. It's like you connected immediately.
Well, you can look at it in two ways. One, that living for better. The other one, as you stated, carrying hardships wherever you're going. But I also think the type of insect it is matters a lot. So with a locust, I definitely think that carries hardship wherever it goes. However, if it was a bee, then maybe we would look at that proverb in a very different way. Yes.
But you do understand that when we talk about proverbs, they're from the human perspective.
Absolutely.
If we ask the locust, would we say the locust is deliberately spreading hardship?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So it can be subconsciously. And yes.
I think a locust knows what this.
Did you hear what you just heard? A locust is a subconscious, eh?
However, don't you think that with it knowing that it's a locust, it has its purpose, and that is to spread the hardship. So if I know that I'm this type of person, therefore I know my purpose is to do certain things, and I am well within my purpose to do what I've been created to do.
You're making this insect sound motivational. The insect at the end of the day is looking to stay alive.
Exactly, true.
It's only eating.
True.
It's just feeding and laying its eggs.
When it's finished, it lays its eggs, it moves on to the next patch of green.
Anyway, we'll talk about more locusts. Danson, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Latif. How are you?
Very well, thanks. It's good to have you on the show again. The last time we were talking was before the election, and you were talking about what the main campaigns were saying about diaspora affairs. Of course, now we know we have a new administration in place. Today, it's the Kenya Kwanza promise for the diaspora, and how you in the diaspora and the rest of us who are here in Kenya are going to keep it accountable for diaspora promises. So let me just start with you, Victoria, because you were not here the last time. What, from your perspective, are the promises that Kenya Kwanza has made with regards to diaspora affairs?
I think one of the promises that touches me most is the social welfare of the Kenyans in the diaspora. I think that's one of the biggest concerns that we currently have, especially looking at the current situation, such as the ones in Saudi and in other different countries. I know that the Saudi one is very, out in the open, but there are a lot of concerns regarding the welfare of people out in the diaspora, and I think that is what resonates most with me, actually. So that's one, be able to create better social welfare for the diasporans, be able to implement situations and policies that will be able to make sure that we protect the people out there. Another one has been the ability to streamline the remittances, whereas we know very well that Kenyans have a lot of money remitting back to Kenya, and therefore in what ways and what institutions can we be able to implement such that these remittances are used to the betterment of the country. Another one that really resonates with me is the services, the Kenya services that are provided out abroad through our embassies and so on and so forth. We have been promised that this will be made better. It will be made more easy and more accessible to us, because this is also a really huge concern for us out there. Yes.
I'm going to read what the Kenya Kwanza manifesto says about the diaspora, the Kenya Kwanza commitment on diaspora affairs. Number 1, create a ministry for diaspora affairs. Have we done that?
Yeah. Well, we can definitely have a conversation about that. But yes, they definitely have.
Improve delivery of government services through decentralizing services and functions of Kenyan missions abroad. There's establishment of a diaspora forum, which will review progress of national government services to the diaspora. Establish new and enhanced trade and investment channels in order to promote further local investment by Kenyans living in the diaspora. Facilitate accreditation and endorsement of Kenya's qualifications and skills with those of foreign countries. Facilitate the portability of knowledge, skills, innovation, and technical resources available in the diaspora. Establish a social welfare system, like you've said, Victoria, for Kenyans living in the diaspora. Engaging our sportsmen and women and other eminent Kenyans to promote patriotism and social cohesion in Kenya and globally. And finally, to promote the Kenyan brand and appoint brand ambassadors who will market Kenyan services and products and equally increase the global market share of these services and products. This is what the Kenya Kwanza has made as a promise on what they want to do with regards to diaspora affairs. Now, Victoria, you've told us what you consider the most important in your order of hierarchy.
Yes.
Danson, what do you consider as the most important, things that Kenya Kwanza should focus on? Like immediately, Dr. Alpha Mutua is sworn in as a cabinet secretary. What should he start doing?
Thank you, Latif. I think I'll agree with Victoria. The first priority right now is sorting out the issue with the Gulf. The Middle East issue, it has been there for some time. People have been dying, and nothing has been done. There's been just conversation, the agency saying this, the government saying this, and even senior officials, including the PS, has also done some quite remarkable lamentations about the same. And personally, I'm not happy about it. So the first task I'll ask the CS to do is to sort out the diaspora issue in the Gulf. And we have the solution, and it's in the policy. All we just need to be done is the parliament to change or to have a more robust and more protective BLA, that is bilateral labor agreement with the Gulf countries, so that it will strengthen. If people have been saying we can ban the agencies, I don't agree that they should be banned, but there is a way that it can be instituted by the government, and they'll just form into in line. Because once you say that you are going to ban it, it will create a lot of confusion, and even some people because you can't stop people from going to Saudi. There's no way you can go to the airport and say, you are not boarding. They'll use other means to go. So you just need to have a legislation passed immediately, and the president is ready to sign it, and I'm so happy that he's aware of the issue that is going on there and is very much concerned. So that should be the first thing that I'm asking the CS to take action on from my own.
Okay. So we oftentimes talk about what we would like to see.
Yes.
But then in terms of how we would essentially see these things entrenched, we know already that there were some promises. We know that there were some, plans for certain things to be done in a certain way. Danson, how do you exactly see this playing out? What do you think ought to be done? For example, if we're looking at this Saudi issue, because it's not something that just popped up into it has been there for some time. It's been there for years. It's about time somebody actually did something substantive about it. How do you think this should be handled? We know how other countries handle their diaspora issues. We know policies, for example, that come out of the Philippines, and they're very strict, and they say, look, our people working in different parts of the world, so long as, they're representing our country, this is how they're going to be handled. And it seems to work really well. What should happen? And we can use Saudi Arabia as an example. Whichever other countries Kenyans operate in, what should it look like?
So yeah, Philippines is a good example, and for what has been lacking, I'll say two things. There has been deliberate move by some government officials to become cartels in this whole mess of Saudi. And it is well known they will, even if the people in Saudi, the Kenyans working there, raise the concerns, they'll just ignore them. But right now, we have a new sheriff in town. That's the president, and you have seen that he's quite actionable person. And having seen him working, I'm very positive that he's going to be fixed, because it has been quite a concern. And I'm just looking forward that the president will take action immediately, but we needed to have our CS in office first. Then the policy and the legislation that we are proposing is already, some people have been working on it already. And we are hoping that will be the first. Because when you go there, you just go to the agencies and tell them, do this, without any something firm behind it. It requires the law. So the law should be the first thing. Once the law is in place and the law dictates, I think we'll reduce this thing tremendously, because they'll know we are still. But it has been just social media, having just casual conversation, but nobody has been taking action. And I'm very positive that the president, I'm very sure that he's very aware of it, and I'm happy that he's going to take action very soon. And that's what I'm expecting the CS to have it on his number one issue for the diaspora.
The issue of the diaspora is a continuing conversation, but apart from the political promises around it, set up this, do the other, those of you who are in the diaspora, if I were to ask you, because I'm sure you've organized yourselves into groups, you've organized yourselves into forums, what exactly would you like to see the government do to ensure that you participate in your country of origin as much as you'd like to, and that whatever it is that you're doing is of beneficial in the way that you intend it to be?
I can quickly go on
yes,
that one.
Please.
Okay, go on.
After him, yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so from my end, I would say for the first time since 1963, for almost 60 years, diaspora has just been used in like a pawn, just being used in any form just for finances. But this year, or this electioneering period, things changed. And after having the conversation, I'll be very specific because I participated in it with the president. We have seen changes. We have now a State Department for Diaspora Affairs. What was lacking actually for the diaspora, their issues being sorted, was the link between the diaspora and the government. We didn't have a center, an epicenter where we can channel our issues. It was just a remote way. If you have connections, if you know someone, you can push through. So things were not flowing so well. Right now we have a State Department, which is going to have a permanent principal secretary with the secretariat and all the legal liaison and also the parliamentary liaison. So it's going to be more streamlined. And I will surprise you. We have so many thousands of organizations in the diaspora. But guess what? They are so divided. We are so divided in the diaspora just because we haven't been having a channel we can push our issues. We have every organization comes up. Maybe they'll be having a good rapport with a CS or a TS, or a certain government official. They push through their issue. Then when that official exits the office, then the organization goes down. Another one comes up. So right now, I am so happy that we have a way that we're going to channel. And I'm even asking all the diaspora organizations that it is the highest time we come together. The politics or the differences we have in the diaspora, they should now end so that we come together and push our agenda. Because you realize we do infight in the diaspora. There's a lot of organizational infight, individual infight, pushing their own agenda. So this department is going actually now to streamline us and the president said, nitawapanga hivi, nitaweka mahali fulani mjipange. So now that ametupanga, it's now us as in the diaspora to come together with all many organizations that aren't, and then we focus on the State Department. Who knows? Because now we have the department. In the future, we may end up having a full-fledged ministry for our own. So it's just us now organizing ourselves. Yep.
Yes, I think he said practically what I wanted to say. Also, another thing is that in the beginning, what we wanted was primarily recognition and being heard, and finding this channel where we were gonna be able to express our concerns, our problems, and so on and so forth. Now we're seeing growth in terms of we have somebody who listens to us. Mr. President was very, very grounded in listening to our issues, giving us the opportunity to speak. We even had the Diaspora summit in December. Now, when you're seeing such progress happen, what we now want to be able to see is these promises being fulfilled, and that's the steps that we're currently seeing. So in to answer the question more directly, what we currently want is to be able to see these promises fulfilled. As we have seen the others fulfilled, he promised to listen. He came through every meeting we had. He sat down with us, listening to our concerns, implementing our concerns in the manifesto. And now the next steps forward is to be able to see the action, and which I believe truly in my heart of hearts that this is going to happen.
So sometimes, we ask the question, how would you like to see this play out? What would you like to see? Maybe we can take a step back and say, what are the issues? Because I think that and we've asked this question before, pre-election, during the campaign. So what are the issues that maybe then ought to be addressed? Look, when it comes to the economy, for example, and the contribution that Diaspora is making to that is monumental. It cannot be ignored, right? No. Oftentimes we think, all right, Kenyans leaving the country, so whatever, they've gone. They've gone to do work, do whatever, and then it seems as though a certain part of that, of your mind forgets that those people are there and have left the country to find work or to go to school. Then we look at these remittances and you say, oh, come on, a major part of the economy being upheld by people. So what are the issues then that ought to be addressed? Kenyans still want to be part of, Kenyans outside still want to be part of building the country, want to be recognized. So what is the issue? Then that probably then can help to how you want to see these things then being actualized.
I think that's a very good question. And the thing is that, number one, what I would want to see is diasporans taking more part in legislative matters, being able to have an opportunity to sit down and make decisions as well. That's number one. How I would see the promises play out, or rather in my little head, what I would like to see, the issues as you asked, number one, the concerns about Kenyans and the mistreatment of Kenyans, I'd like to see that completely disappear. Not disappear in the sense that, like what we currently are having, as Danson said, we're having a situation where we're having leaders even demean us in the foreign countries. And when we start looking at our people and bringing meaning to our people, considering the fact that we contribute a lot to the economy, I think first and foremost, being able to protect our people is number one priority. I'd like to see people in the diaspora being able to, number one, work and be respected out in the diaspora. Number two, aside from working, the brains that we actually have, as we stated in the manifesto, where you have the ability to access proper education, proper job opportunities. This is a problem because some of our degrees are even not being considered out there. These are the things that we need to have sorted. What are the policies that we need to be able to create? And these are the things that we need to really, really dig deep in. Why are our papers not being accepted abroad? Why do people have to still go abroad and have to start educating themselves
from
again?
The beginning.
Exactly. When they already have their papers from abroad. These are some of the concerns of which I would want to see change. Considering the fact that we're contributing back to the economy, we definitely need to be also have an opportunity to do better out there. Because the better we do, the better we're able to also contribute, and the better we have a seat at the table as well. Yeah.
It's 29 minutes after 8. I'd like us to take a break at this point. Victoria Nkatha is from the Diaspora. She's a Diaspora youth leader in Denmark. She works there as business development executive. Yes. And Danson Mukile is in Washington, D.C. He's an IT expert, policy analyst. We're talking about diaspora affairs, what the Kenya Kwanza promises on the diaspora affairs have been, and how to hold them accountable for these promises. We know that the president has established a State Department for Diaspora Affairs, and it will be headed by the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora. The nominee is Dr. Alpha Mutua. He's before Parliament today. He will be elected. He will pass. He will be sworn in. So what we expect to see from Dr. Alpha Mutua going forward, that's what we're discussing. Now, Victoria, you know, and also Danson as well, you are IT people. You know how marketable IT professionals are globally.
Absolutely.
In fact, there's a huge shortage of proper IT professionals. Big organizations like Google, like Microsoft, setting up bases in Kenya where they're looking for tech stuff and they're not getting. Now, there is a place called The Room where you go and you find qualified, vetted tech talent trained under the Africa Leadership Program. The Africa Leadership Academy has an online platform called ALX. ALXAfrica.com. People go there, they train, and then they get into The Room. And so when an employer is looking for tech talent, they go to The Room and they find people who've already been vetted. It's a good place to go because you already know, if I ask for this kind of qualification, if I'm looking for a coder, if I'm looking for somebody who understands this kind of has this kind of expertise, I'll get them there. So that's what we are reminding everybody about. The Room. Go to theroom.com and you'll find a lot more. Let's take a break. We'll be back shortly. 8:30.
This is the Situation Room. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
$18 degrees in Nairobi, highs of 27 and lows of 16. We'll see 16 and sunny conditions in Nakuru, highs of 25 and lows of 12. Light rain at 16 in Nyeri, highs of 25 and lows of 15. And it's 18 and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 22 and lows of 12. It's raining in parts of Mombasa at 26, highs of 30. And we're looking at light rain in some parts of Malindi, highs of 30 and lows of 24. 22 and partly cloudy in Kisumu, highs of 27. And we'll see highs of 25 in Kakamega, where it's cloudy at 22. In Kampala, mostly cloudy conditions at 20, highs of 26 and lows of 17, and we'll see lows of 22 in Dar es Salaam, where it's mostly sunny currently at 25. All right, looking into Johannesburg, 16 and mostly cloudy, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 31 in a mostly clear Lagos at 25. Rain showers in Kinshasa this morning at 26, highs of 33 and lows of 24.
Welcome to SpiceFM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
Okay, so we're not doing too badly with traffic this morning. A little bit, still coming off of Jogo Road, heading towards Landis, but then Landis gets very heavy as you get towards Kamkunji. On the Thika Superhighway, it disappeared and then it came back. And it's really heavy past that outer ring junction. That never really ended. You want to think about using your service lanes this morning. It will help. And on Kiambu Road, the traffic is back. I don't know if it actually went anywhere yet again. But okay, that's what we're dealing with right now at a few minutes after 8:30. Coming off of Uhuru Highway past the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, it's heavy. Gong Road is also pretty heavy as you want to look at it. Then Rilo Dingo coming off Langata Road, which is all right, but then Rilo Dingo takes some traffic as well. Traffic hour in the middle of it is where we are. Talk to us about what you see, where you are. Keep things moving this Monday. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Sugar and spice and everything nice.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In the studio, and Dunson joining us via video link. So the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs has two state departments. One is the State Department for Foreign Relations and the other one is the State Department for Diaspora Affairs. The functions of that State Department, which means this is basically elevating the issues of diaspora. There's going to be a PS in charge of diaspora. There are going to be desks and directorates that deal with diaspora issues. The functions: 1. Promotion of continuous dialogue with Kenyans abroad, championing the protection of Kenya's diaspora rights and welfare, support Kenyans in the diaspora in harnessing more opportunities for employment and enterprise development, develop incentive framework for diaspora remittances, harnessing diaspora savings, facilitating FDI and technology transfers, and mainstreaming the Kenyan diaspora into the national development process. City.
Grand plans. Really grand plans.
Big functions.
Huge functions, yes. You see, when you consider that the remittances we get from the diaspora are our biggest foreign exchange earner, not one of, it is the. Yes, I understand the structures that we've spoken of, but will the funding of this particular department or ministry, will it be commensurate with the contribution that the diaspora is making, so that it isn't a hit and miss and you're wondering what happened, where has this happened, that it'll be seamless? Because that level of contribution requires a meeting of thinking, a meeting of purpose, to ensure that it doesn't just maintain its current tempo, but that it is enhanced and everything that could possibly be worked out from it is actually worked out.
I think I'm going to pass that one on to Danson. He's more our economists and strategists.
And Danson, you've sat in those meetings, like you said.
Exactly.
You've sat in the meetings with the president before. You've obviously raised these questions.
Exactly.
When he says, I'm going to elevate, is it about resourcing? Is it about having a diaspora person in every mission abroad? What does it mean?
Yes. So the diaspora is very dynamic, and what is going to happen is that the embassies, for the start, the embassies are going to have a secretariat for diaspora affairs in each embassy. We're going to have a person tackling the diaspora issues in our embassy. So we're going to have a specific office, like I say, a branch in all our missions abroad, and this person, they'll be able now be like being a link between us in the diaspora and the ministry. So they'll be helping us on liaison. On the funding, I think we right now we are not asking how much you want to be spent in the department, but we want to see how much we can contribute to the nation using this department. Because for us, as long as there's facilitation, there's a chain. I think most people in the diaspora, and I'll talk maybe in the U.S., they are very sustainable. they literally just need some service. For example, I can give an example about remittances. Right now, Africa, it is the only continent in the whole world that has the highest charging rate on the diaspora remittances, with 7.3%. Other countries, like you look at Asia, they have almost 4% or 3% charges. So if the government can reduce these charging fees, and we are asking even waiver it, I'm very sure that the remittances will double. Because when you look at the financing system of developing countries, from the official, they call it order, that was the Official Development Association, that was started in 1954. Then now afterwards we came to FDI, that you can see even now we have it as a function there. Now we have the diaspora remittances. And you realize that the diaspora remittances have superseded all of them. You cannot compare right now the FDI with the remittances. So there's a lot that the government can do to make sure that they can harness these remittances from the diaspora to develop our country. And many people will be asking me, Danson, maybe you send your money to your family members, or we don't even feel it. And I'll tell you, you don't have, look at how that small impact in that small community or in that small family, it is going to have, it is now the replication of how the whole nation, is going to feel. So it is the small impact you can give to the family or to an individual. For example, I've been supporting students who are in high school or who are in school. That impact I'm supporting those students is being translated to promote the education system in the country. Mm-hmm. So as an individual, I'm doing that. How about 1 million people doing the same thing? Mm-hmm. So the government just needs to give us the service that we require to facilitate us do more. We can do more. And when you look at the remittances, if you look at right now, when you go to the CBK website and you look at the transactions, they realize we are 300-something million. In July, when your students were going to school, it was like the highest. You can easily track how we normally send in money during some situations. During COVID, the diaspora stabilized our currency. So we need actually right now to focus on more around the remittances, build products around it, create incentives around it, and with the PS and the CS that we are going to, they are waiting for them to be sworn in, I'm sure we're going to do a lot about that.
I'd like to ask this question with reference to what you've just said. You had issues you had wished the government to put into practice. There are things you wanted the government to do. Now, organized as you are in the diaspora, how are you going to ensure that the government actually does the things that you had agreed they would do? I am asking this question because if you just focus on remittances and they are received, what guarantees do you have that the things you ask for instance, the lowering of the rates for the remittances, other benefits that you will get as a result of the contribution that you're making? Because whether you know it or not, with those huge remittances, you're probably one of the biggest lenders that the country actually has. Because those monies, they don't just go to your relatives directly. They pass through a system before they get to your relatives, wherever they are. And it's what helps the country retain the physical position that it has, because it is money that the country can count on. Mm-hmm. Question again, how are you going to ensure through the system that you have, the government actually fulfills the promises that were agreed upon by you and them?
So right now in the diaspora, we are forming ourselves in different organizations and developing leadership over the same. So these leaders we are choosing in the diaspora, not political per se, but with the organizations, we are giving them instructions to make sure that they check on the government and make sure that the promises that are given to the diaspora have been fulfilled. So we are organizing ourselves in different groups, in different organizations across the world, and it is very dynamic. I may not be able to know what Kenyans in Peru are doing right now, But what I know from United States, we are organizing in different organizations. And out of that, because, this is a new thing that has happened to us. We never used to have this one before. So after the president was sworn in, we have been working around, developing structures here and there. And we are very sure that once we register, we have the leadership in place in the diaspora in different organizations, they'll be checking the government. And also we have leaders. We have leaders in the National Assembly who will be looking at checking on the parliament, on the government, also the executive. So we'll also be talking to the leaders, the MPs and the senators in the parliament to check the executive on the promises of the diaspora on our behalf. So it's going to be a robust way, but we want to be part of the conversation as we also check on them.
I think also one of the other things to note is that one of the things that has been promised, or rather has been stated, that is a function of the State Department, is to provide incentives or develop incentives for the diaspora remittances in collaboration with the working groups that currently are being developed in the diaspora. I do believe that accountability will be held, as he stated, with the leaders, but also with the working groups that are helping to develop these policies and incentives in different aspects of the diaspora will definitely help us be able to hold the government accountable. That's one of the things that we really, really want to be able to do. Hold them accountable, but also involve our people so that we can be able to work together. And that is the essence of the leaders, the working groups, and also the promises that have been made. Yeah.
One of the big portfolios also that is looked at for Kenyans in the diaspora is that of investments. And to say that looking back into the country and saying that, can you then have, a nest egg of sorts that you will then either use for future commercial value or at least somewhere that you will come back to live in, really, when that is. How do you think, or are there ways in which it is hoped that these investments then will be protected? I mean, we're rife with stories about how, you have sent money home for a house to be built, and then you come back and find a collection of stones, right? I mean, everybody has a story. What do you feel, I think this is for both of you as well, is there some kind of protection? Is this among one of the things that the hope is there for it to be protected, for those investments to be protected?
Absolutely. That is actually a conversation we were having with Danson. Because we are with the youth, we want to be able to have situations where we can invest back home, because the end goal for most of the people is to be able to better the lives of others, not only for other people, but also if I was to decide that I want to come back home, I want to be able to come back home in an environment where I know that I have put in energy to create, because when I'm going out there, I'm going to seek quote unquote greener pastures, right? And when I come back, I want to come back in my comfort. Therefore, with us, we have worked towards being able to secure kitties, number one. Number two, groups in which, for instance, building, we have other organizations that are also working on that, and having these dialogues with leaders back home to be able to secure the investments of the diaspora people. So definitely there is hope for that, and it's being worked on by the people to the government as well, and vice versa. So that's definitely something that is huge. And also the other aspect is also the brain gain and brain drain as well. We also want to look at where young people can also bring back the levels of education and exposure and knowledge that they gain out there. Exactly. That is also what we need out here, because we still are a developing country. And you send somebody like Danson out to work with, Microsoft or whatnot in Washington. We also want that expertise back so that he can be able to improve the IT world and the IT industry in Kenya, so that we also can develop at a fast rate. It's not only about sending people, but also bringing them back. But what is the assurance that we can be able to bring them back in environments that are favorable for them as well, and also create environments for people here, so that we don't have to have a situation where people are running away as well. These are also conversations that we are having.
Do you think Dr. Mutua should also establish frameworks for identifying opportunities for Kenyans abroad, for Kenyans in Kenya to find opportunities abroad? So that then we continue having, more Kenyans who are willing and guiding opportunities abroad, facilitating their easy movement from Kenya to other countries where they can live and work, knowing that at some point they will be coming back. Or even when they're there, they'll be sending in the remittances. You're just basically looking at, all right, so we've got a resource here, and this is a human resource in the country. We don't have as many opportunities in this country. Should there be focus by Dr. Alpha Mutua to make sure that he will establish and look for those opportunities for Kenyans to go abroad?
Absolutely. I do believe that this would also mitigate the issues of agencies misusing people, and also the situations where people go and they are not in the best of situations abroad. If Dr. Alfred is able to help young people, not only young people, but generally people be able to find options and opportunities and be able to look and have tracking system of how people are doing out there, it would also help solve a lot of other social issues. So being able to look for opportunities, help the government partner with other governments so that we also facilitate for our people, because it's a situation. We have countries such as Canada that are looking for people to work right now. Let's say, for instance, we worked together with the government and we sent nurses or IT experts and so on and so forth. That would be a very much better situation than having our young girls be sent to Saudi Arabia and be mistreated, right? We have more opportunities, more viable opportunities, more feasible opportunities. And then now you send somebody to go do nursing, you get more money back, or they invest back and then they come back home. I think that's the optimal solution, to be honest, to also mitigate all other concerns of mistreatment, death, killings, and so on and so forth. It would definitely be a good solution.
What would it take to get Kenyans in the diaspora better organized to want to participate in governance? I'm talking about, look at the number of Kenyans who were registered as voters in the diaspora, 10,444 in this election, versus a population that's more than 1 million strong. And all those, we're talking about adult population that's more than 1 million strong. That tells you that even though they are participating in sending money and supporting people back home, they are not as engaged in governance. What would it take to get more and more Kenyans out there engaged?
One of the things that I heard repetitively when I was soliciting for people to come in, get registered for voting, and so on and so forth, was people have given up on the governance of Kenya because they feel that they have gone and they've been forgotten. So why should they register to vote? Why should they take that initiative? Why should they participate? If, for instance, somebody has been sent out there, services are very poor. Let's start from there. You cannot access proper Kenyan services. And right now is when we are having conversations to be able to push that forward. If you have a population that has given up hope, that is where the problem is at. And therefore, when we're pushing, young people are coming together and other people are coming together to be able to push for these promises to be accomplished. It's also for the greater population, because a lot of people have constantly gone to try and vote, have constantly tried to have a say, but they've not been given that platform. And with that, feeling that you're not heard is probably one of the worst things that you can do to a citizen as a government. That people feel that, yes, I am Kenyan, but I'm not heard. I'm suffering out here. I cannot access the embassy. I cannot talk to this person. I cannot do this and that. Those are the issues where Kenyans feel, wachekai, I don't need it. I am okay here. And if I am to see the embassy, it is only for my passport renewal, and that's it. I don't want to do anything else because they are not going to listen. And I think that's where we're looking at the hope factor, renewing hope through accountability. Fulfillment of promises is one of the steps that will be able to make individuals even come out later on, vie for seats, and also come out and vote in the next electioneering period. And I think that's very, very important. If we can be able to renew that hope, we will see a huge increase.
Can I offer an unsolicited perspective?
Yes, please.
The interest that you speak of will not be granted to you. It is something that, and don't bank on goodwill. Goodwill by politicians is often spoken of.
Of course.
If you want the things that you say done, given the might that you have, and given the willingness of this particular government to do something about it, at the very start is when you push your agenda and you push it hard. And you have clarity as to what you want and how you want it. Because we don't live in the diaspora, we live here. And everything you tell us just forms part of the stories we hear. We don't go through what you go through. So we can't know what you need and how you need it. The clarity with which you need to present your case and the energy with which you need to push it must be of paramount interest, because the vast contribution that the diaspora makes in terms of remittances will be taken for granted if you don't. And lip service will be paid to what you require. And when we meet again, we'll be having this conversation because nothing will have changed. So you need to organize yourselves a lot more than you've organized yourself. And you need to push your agenda far more than you've pushed it if you hope to see the changes that you're talking about. End of the unsolicited perspective.
Thank you.
Danson, what's your view on that?
I agree. And what I can just say, we need to flip. Just the same way as this. We need to flip because it has been, we wait for the government to reach out to us and say, I want to do this for you. Right now, it's supposed to be the vice versa. We are supposed to engage them and say, this is what needs to be done, and you have to do it. When it comes to the election, to the registration of voters, we shouldn't wait even for IEBC to communicate to us and, before we start engaging people. It should be the other way around. We should tell IEBC that we have already planned this, these are structures in place, and all we just need for the government is just facilitation. Actually, what we are asking is facilitation. I come with this organization, I tell me as Danson, I have this organization, I have 500,000 people on it, and this is what they want. I want the government to do this. So I think the government right now should be listening from us because we know ourselves. If right now I was asked you to say, Latif, how do you know the Kenyans? How do they live in Baltimore? Or how do they live in San Francisco? You'll be like, Danson, I don't know. I don't know the issues. But for me, I know. So you can imagine, you as Latif, you're coming to Baltimore in Maryland to sort out Kenyan issues, yet you don't know about how we live. So it should be actually the other way, that me as Danson, who know the issues in Baltimore or issues in any country, I'll come to Latif and say, Latif, I've come from this region, these are the issues and these are the solutions. One thing I love about the diaspora, we don't come with problems alone. We come with solutions to the problems. We tell you this is how it's supposed to be done. And it's just for you to say, okay, let me look at it, and it is done. So that is how the government should engage us. And we are quite very sure the conversation has started. The introduction of the State Department has really excited the diaspora. And in the next electioneering cycle, we will not have 10,000 voters, but Latif, we are going into we are going to be the swing county in court.
Yes.
Should there be, just final question, Branson, should there be a specific committee of the National Assembly or the Senate that deals with diaspora issues? We still have the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee.
Yes, I think we have now a committee in the House. I think I'm waiting for the leadership. We have the Committee on Diaspora and Immigrant Workers Committee already set up, and we are hoping we are going to engage them because also in the diaspora we have those people who want to be in the economics only. We have those who are concerned with governance. We have those who are concerned with maybe welfare, social welfare. So we just want to bring them together under the same committee and push our agenda. We are not waiting for them to do things for us. Right now, it's the flip. We are coming. That's why I can find time to come to the show and share with all this information because it's worthy.
Thank you. Danson Mukile is in Washington, D.C., one of the Kenyans working and living abroad. He's an IT expert and policy analyst. And in the studio here with us is Victoria Nkatha. She's a business development executive, lives and works in Denmark, is a diaspora youth leader. Thank you very much for joining us, Victoria.
Thank you so much for having us.
Look forward to hosting you again soon.
Yes.
Talk to the people when you live here and go and tell them that now Airtel 4G is available countrywide. Easy, fast, accessible internet. And also with Airtel Money, you can send Airtel money to Airtel Money free of charge, and you can use Airtel Money to pay anywhere. What does that mean, anywhere?
Anywhere, because till ni till. It really doesn't matter. Sometimes you're thinking, okay, so can I pay on my till with this? How do I make it work? Absolutely, you can. Till ni till. Let's add one more. Ni till.
Ni till.
Yes.
We're giving away 2,000 bob worth of free Airtel airtime. Just go to our social media handle and tell us, how did Airtel Money come through for you this past weekend? Our social media people will be picking a winner at the end of this show. Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk about China. Xi Jinping is president for a long time to come in China. They're holding the National Convention of the ruling party. We will have a journalist from the China Global Television Network coming to break down these issues for us to understand. So what does it mean if China's leader is staying on longer? How does it affect Africa? Keep it here. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua will today preside over the 2022 World Food Day annual celebrations, whose theme is Leave No One Behind, Better Production, Better Nutrition, Better Environment, and a Better Life. World Food Day is observed annually to highlight the millions of people worldwide who cannot afford a healthy diet and the need for regular access to nutritious food. The day is being marked amid an acute famine that has put 4.3 million Kenyans at risk after failed rains. Kajiado, which is hosting the feat, is one of the 23 counties that has been ravaged by the ongoing drought that has degenerated to alarming levels. 9 counties severely hit by the drought have been classified as the red zone. They include Laikipia, Isiolo, Mandera, Garissa, Turkana, Wajir, Nyeri, Samburu, and Marsabit. Now, the government, through the National Drought Management Authority and the European Union, had stepped up drought mitigation measures to cater for the livestock in the drought-hit areas through provision of animal pellets. Garissa County has received a total of 5,650 kg bags pellets, which will be distributed in 5 most affected sub-counties to 2,800 households, and is expected to supplement at least 14,500 livestock. Speaking during the flagging off of the animal feeds in Garissa, NDMA CEO Harid Aiden said that the government has received and reviewed the drought coordination process to bring up synergy and avoid duplication of services by the actors. The coordination will now be done through the county steering group, which is co-chaired by the governors and county commissioners, bringing together all relevant government institutions, NGOs and donors. And the DPP has denied reports that the extradition proceedings against former Kenya Power CEO Samuel Gishuru has been halted. Gishuru is wanted in United Kingdom's Jersey Island to face corruption and money laundering charges alongside former Finance Minister Chris Okemo. In a statement, the DPP Nurdin Haji said the extradition was stopped due to Gishuru's medical condition. Haji noted that the extradition proceedings against Gishuru shall proceed should his medical condition permit. And the suspect into the murder of a bodyguard to Ida Odinga has been arrested in Eldoret. Collins Oulo Okundi was arrested in Eldoret, and a pistol believed to be that of slain officer recovered during the arrest. Nyanza Regional Police Boss Karanja Mwiruri confirmed the arrest in the neighboring Rift Valley region. The suspect is accused of grabbing the firearm of the deceased before shooting him dead Thursday night in Kisumu County. He is expected to be transported back to Kisumu, where the incident occurred. Now, Kiambu politician Gladys Chanya, the prime suspect in the brutal murder of her husband George Mwangi, is set to appear in court today. Chanya, a prominent counseling psychologist who has been featured on local TV shows severally, is among 3 more suspects who police are holding to help them with investigations to ascertain Mwangi's murder that sleuths describe as the worst in the recent past. She was arrested Friday after the body of her husband, who worked as a contractor in Rwanda, was found in Kieni Forest last Wednesday, a few hours before he was supposed to fly to Kigali. The body was wrapped in a polythene bag and buried beneath a pile of cartons, with the detectives who have been camping at the palatial home of the couple having pieced together evidence that puts the politician at the center of the murder as a mastermind. And 3 suspects arrested at the weekend in connection with the recent murder of a police officer in Marsabit are expected to be arraigned in court today. According to the area Deputy County Commissioner David Saruni, the suspects include 2 Ethiopian male suspects aged 19 and 20 years and a Kenyan aged 39 years. The police also managed to recover 2 assault rifles and live ammunition from the trio in a sting operation at Guru Rukesa area, Marsabit Central Sub-County. And Trans Nzoia County Administration has commissioned construction of a 20 million shillings Amani Dam in Chepchoina, Endebessam County. Speaking during the groundbreaking ceremony, the County Agriculture Executive Mary Nzomo said upon the dam, farmers will be connected to irrigation system to help boost their production and broaden their income base. Nzomo said the construction of the dam is expected to hold more than 67,118 cubic meters of water, aimed at uplifting the livelihoods of more than 300 tomato farmers from Amani, Vamia and Njoro farms of Chepchoina ward. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, it's a few minutes after 9 o'clock and we're looking at traffic still in most parts of the city. On the Thika Superhighway, it was really heavy from morning and we're still looking at that, seeing as it's still morning. On Kiambu Road, it's whittling out here and there, but not as bad as it was before. Coming off from Gong Road, also looking a little bit better. Well, you know, getting out of traffic hours slowly, but Waiyaki Way is still pretty busy. In and outbound traffic is still a thing. And Jogo Road still continues with this morning traffic. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Let's talk there and try as much as possible to keep things moving still.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up,
It's
not
7
down.
minutes after 9. Good morning and welcome to the final hour of the Situation Room this morning. It's Monday, the 17th of October, 2022. This is a station that helps everybody to think forward in development. Now, if you'd like to own a home, you're paying rent today. You want to move away from paying rent to owning your own home. This is where you get the information from, because rent yako should be keja yako. Rent yako, keja yako. Thanks to the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company. It's a company that was established under the law. Government has shareholding in it. The other shareholders are 11 banks and 9 SACCOs, where this is a non-deposit taking institution. What do? They finance banks and SACCOs so that you can access a home loan for below 10% interest rate and fixed for the entire tenure of up to 25 years.
So that means, like with the announcement that we've seen today of interest rates going up by about 1%, that it won't affect, should you have had an agreement like this, that you wouldn't pay any more just because those rates had been increased.
Yep.
It's fixed, it's fixed, it's fixed.
From year one to year final, it's fixed. So the big things about this is, number one, unlike the other mortgages in the market, this is below 10%. Unlike the other mortgages in the market, this one is fixed. Unlike the other mortgages in the market, this one has a tenure that is up to 25 years.
Right.
And you access it through a financial institution near you and
Yes.
one which you're acquainted with.
Exactly.
Yes.
So if you're a member of a SACCO, if you're a member of a bank, go to them and tell them, I'd like to know about the KMRC home loan. Let them tell you about it. Sign up today and start owning a home. So let's have a conversation about China. Before we do that, let's hear a proverb from Somalia.
I am glad you've captioned it appropriately. You've been saying a proverb from C.T. Muga. I am not a country.
No?
I am merely reading a proverb that I derived from that country. The locust flew away, but it left hardship.
The locust flew away, but it left hardship.
Yes. Implicit here is that when the locust was there, we thought, the locust is giving us problems. Unfortunately, it flew away. The problem stayed.
It left hardship. All right, something is happening this week in China, and this is the meeting of the Chinese ruling party. It's the Communist Party's China's Communist Party is holding its Congress. Very many things are happening. Of course, the President Xi Jinping addressed the gathering yesterday where he talked about very many things. Among them, we are going to continue democratizing our country. We are going to continue with our modernization, and we are going to continue with our development agenda. And he says development is key and central in the next couple of years. You see the way we've been talking about China and the way they work with 15-year development plans. Us guys don't know what's going to happen after 2030 because our vision 2030 is coming to an end in
That's
2030.
Yes.
China is currently implementing the 2020 to 2035 plan, and beyond that, they are discussing the 2035 to 2050 plan already. Us guys 2031.
2031.
Vision
We will
2030.
discuss it.
Don't confuse
Let's
us.
stick with 2022 for the time being, shall we?
Let's do that.
On Monday.
Okay. President Xi Jinping as well is the focus, the global focus from conversations emanating from the CCP Congress. Why? Because they're saying that this is where Xi Jinping cements his leadership of this country. The party agreed to remove term limits for the president of China. So now Xi Jinping does not have to exit office this year after coming into office in 2012. He stays in office anyway. All these things. We are joined by a journalist who understands these matters pretty well. She works for the China
Global Television Network.
Should say it.
Huh?
Say
CGTN.
It. Say it. Say it.
Say it. It.
Say. She works for
China Global Television Network.
Yes.
Is that not what I said?
That's what I wanted you to say.
Okay, why don't we say it again?
You're whispering it.
It isn't so much what you said, it's what he was hearing.
Oh, right. Okay. So here we go.
Perhaps you should tell us, what were you hearing, Eric?
I did not want her to whisper.
Oh, she wanted me to say it with some force.
yes.
Got it. Done.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Because I started saying it, then you jumped in, you just say it.
Oh, you were hesitating, so I was wondering what the slogan was for.
Yes. And the name of the journalist is Ma. Good morning, Ma.
Good morning, Eric. Thank you so much for having me.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Welcome to the hot seat. Well, you are one of us, so we'll just hit up this seat up to 10,000
no problem.
This Congress, give us the background of the meeting that's taking place it's called the Great Hall of the People.
Yes, it's the Great Hall of the People that sits in the center of the Tiananmen Square, which also sits in the center of Beijing. So it means this is one of the most important political events of the year. The background of the National Congress is that it's held every 5 years. Every 5 years, about 2,000 representatives of the about 2,000 communist representatives from all levels of party branches, all provinces or autonomous regions from China. They gather in Beijing, in that Great Hall of the People, to discuss important issues that will affect not just the party, but also the country for the next 5 years. It's, like I said, it's held every 5 years. But when the meeting is not in session, because as you know, it's Congress, and it's not easy to, mobilize 2,000 people every year to Beijing, and so that when the Congress is not in session, we have the plenary meeting of the governing body of the CPC, which is the CPC Central Committee, and that plenary meeting happens every year. And when the preliminary meeting is not in session, we have an even smaller group called the Politburo of the CPC, about 25 people, and they will help, decide on important issues.
Is that like the cabinet?
Well, I think the cabinet is more like, if I'm not wrong, a body of the government. It's the governing body of a country, but like Politburo is the governing body of a party.
Of the party.
Yes, it's the decision-making body of a party.
Okay. Why is this particular meeting different from any other that has taken place of the party?
Because I think, a lot of things can happen in 5 years, and as I believe the world has witnessed in the past 5 years, like these changes are even more immense. For example, the COVID pandemic and all kinds of changes, and also China celebrated the centenary anniversary of the CPC last year. And this year at the work report, President Xi Jinping, who's also the General Secretary of the CPC, he announced that China has successfully accomplished its first centenary goal, which is to, there are many, but I think personally one of the goals that's closer to my heart is the elimination of poverty. China has successfully lifted about 800 million people out of absolute poverty, and that's about 70% of the world's goal under the UN target. So I believe that's quite impressive. And another change we have witnessed in the past 5 years is that that's what currently the journalists in China are calling it the new era of China, which means, we have also witnessed like the China-US trade war, and, the many different rhetorics against China's, rising. So I think, we're facing new challenges. In China, Chinese people have become more confident and more certain about the path we're working on. So I think that's what's new to me, personally, as a journalist.
2,000 people gathering for a Congress of the party. Now, very many people across the globe say, but you see, there's no democracy in China. So you say there's 2,000 people who are coming to meet. I mean, who are they? Who picked the 2,000? How are they selected, the 2,000? How is the party organized? Is there any form of democracy in China?
Sure, I can. I'm very glad you asked that question, because I think it's in September that the name list of these 2,296 representatives was announced by the official website of the CPC online. As regard to the question you asked about how they were selected, first of all, they're selected according to different provincials. They are the provincial representatives of different provinces, different regions. They're selected geographically, and also to make sure there's an equal representative among different ethnic groups. We have representatives from different areas of China that is more dwelled by ethnic minorities, like the Tibetan, like the Tibet and Xinjiang. We have representatives from there. And also, as you might know, China has different autonomous regions, like especially the special autonomous regions like Hong Kong, Macau. We have representatives from there. So these are the geographical and ministerial selection of these representatives, and also to make sure people from the ground level. For example, the poorest villages.
The Mabambogas.
Yes, if I may call them that. The most underprivileged communities of China are well represented. We also have what we call a ground level party member. They may not even ever stepped out of the village before they come to this Congress, but they are equally selected to make sure they present their people. The voice of their people is equally heard. I think that speaks louder than anything else to say that there is equal representation of Chinese people everywhere, and there is, well...
But Ma, they are selected. You have not heard you saying they are elected. I haven't heard you saying that this village person is actually picked by the fellow villagers. Who picks this village person?
Village person?
Yeah. This person from the lowest level in the village.
The leader at the community level.
At that community.
Yes.
Who picks them?
Well, they are elected. Well, we have the elected people representative who go to the who also go to Beijing to have what we call 2 sessions, which is I believe is called the decision making, the policy makers. And these policy makers, they will gather in Beijing every March to decide on, policies of the country in the next 1 year. Actually, this year in March, we have just had these 2 sessions where they have decided on economic goals. They have decided on future policies regarding COVID. So, yeah, I believe, but this is, like I said, this is the Congress of the party. So mainly they decide party issues. But because CPC is the ruling party of China, so their policy, their guidance is important to the future direction of the whole nation.
You know, the history of China, at least that I've read, is a fairly interesting history. And the achievements that you speak of are beyond compare. It's difficult to point to any nation on this planet that has achieved some of the things that China has. But I've often wondered how, for instance, you're a journalist, so you're a good person to ask this question. Would the Chinese leadership explain their democracy? Because it is believed they have a democracy. So how would they explain it? If I was a lay person trying to compare the Chinese democracy and other democracies in the world, how would you explain the Chinese democracy?
Well, for starters, I'd like to say that every country has its own different background, its history, its route of development. And secondly, I'd like to say that, well, I understand what you're trying to ask me.
Yes.
I don't think China has to follow anyone's definition of democracy. Our people have made our decisions, and it is the ruling party's duty, which they have done so well, to deliver those promises they've made when the new China, when the People's Republic of China was founded. And they've done a great job so far. And I believe they will keep doing a good job in the future. And that is the belief of not just me, it's the belief of 1.4 billion Chinese people. And as you say, how to explain to the world the democracy of China?
Yes.
I think sometimes facts speak louder than...
Perhaps I should ask, how do Chinese people explain their democracy to themselves? And then how do they explain to the world? The world isn't obligated to understand, but there is an explanation that is given. So that's really what I'm asking.
How does China define its democracy?
Yes.
I think, I can only speak as a journalist, that from the point of view, also as a Chinese, from my point of view, I think China's democracy is working for itself. And I understand that it is not the most typical example of democracy under the definition of the West, which is, you have to have multiple parties, you have to have parties competing. But I believe that, as I said, it has worked for China. And Chinese people are not complaining. And if we are getting questioned or we're getting accusations from somewhere, as you might have read about, personally, I don't think we are, as in the legal system, It's the accuser who proves the evidence, not the accused.
I think it's very interesting, the things that you say, Ma, because also then that a lot of times some of the narratives then that we have read, as you have said, come with a Western skew.
Yes.
Right? And that hearing that the people of the country, all 1.4 billion of them, are not complaining about the status quo. If we're looking at 800 million people being pulled out of poverty in,
a generation.
In a generation, it's, anybody would be myopic at best to call that anything less than phenomenal, right? You can see the progression of the same. Is it necessary, in your opinion, then looking at this, because we cannot run away from the fact that narratives fuel global discussions.
Sure.
It doesn't matter how you look at it. Is it necessary to take into recognition then what these Western narratives are? Because many things fly in the face of this developmental progression of China.
Absolutely.
Human rights, abuses, whether they do or do not exist. The big brother status that China plays over Hong Kong, Taiwan, the issues that China has more than a firm grip on developing countries, especially looking at its what many will call neo-colonialism in Africa. All of those things jump out at us. Does it matter that those narratives are doing the rounds globally? Or what matters is that China is doing what it set out to do and the people of its country are satisfied?
Well, I appreciate you listing out all these personally, to me, it's very unfair accusations against China, against Chinese government. And I agree that, if I have to say, I would say that it is the satisfaction of the Chinese people that matter. Because at its foundation, at its dawn, I would call it in 1949, when the People's Republic of China was founded, it has always been paramount that the interest of the people is safeguarded. The safety, the security, may it be food security at the early ages when China was poor and hungry, or now when China is, facing challenges, sometimes military challenges from other countries. I think it is the satisfaction of the Chinese people that would always topple the need to be recognized. But I wouldn't say that, China would just go its way, regardless what people say. So that's what people like me do. We have a channel here, China Global Television Network. That's what we do here. I personally handles the coverage of people's story here in Africa. We have broadcasted about 200 episodes of famous African people like Haile Selassie and Kenyatta. So our purpose here is to increase the understanding of people back home about African countries, at least to understand that Africa is not a country. It has
start from there.
Start from there, yes, exactly. And also, on the other hand, to increase the understanding of China by our African friends. Because it's a very sad thing to see that sometimes the narratives here are still very dominated by a Western mentality. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying maybe we need a different voice.
Or we need a balance.
We need balance, maybe. Yeah.
And that's where it comes from. Because you're coming into a situation where the socialization of the society that you're now operating in has been impacted and heavily influenced by the West. The media that we've consumed over so many years is the West. The kind of understanding of what a government should look like, what democracy should espouse and look
what
like.
it can look like.
It comes from the West. Western style of democracy is where, still, like you said, multi-parties competing, people participating in an election, universal suffrage and such kind of things. And then there are checks and balances in leadership. So there's going to be a ruling party, there's going to be opposition parties, or there will be some checks and balances. Now, when you're explaining China's system of government to the African continent, then you've got to show what are the similarities and what are the differences. So, for example, when it comes now to checks and balances, with this one party, it's the only party that is ruling, it's a giant party. Are there checks and balances within the party and structures of government, and how are those played out? Is there oversight over the leadership of the party? How is that played out?
Definitely. Like I said, this National Congress that's happening right now is the party's Congress. But if we want to take a look at the wider, picture of the, like you said, the political system of China, we need to look at the two sessions, which happens every year during March. We've just talked about the people's representatives. They go to Beijing and they discuss, they make decisions, and they vote on certain amendments, etc., on the constitution, if there is any. And there is another, why it's called two sessions. Another session is exactly what you mentioned, the political consultants. What we call them is political consultants. They are that political consultants. They are made up of people from not opposing parties, but smaller parties. We do have.
So there are smaller parties in China.
Sure. They're just smaller, but their opinions are equally important. We even have representatives from Kuomintang that will attend the two sessions. Just imagine that, because Kuomintang. We had a civil war with them.
That was a former nationalist party.
Yes, we had a civil war with them, which led to the now separation of Taiwan from China. But we still accept them as our political consultants. So I think that, that is evidence enough that we listen to everyone. Apart from that, we have representatives from different interest groups, different NGOs. We have a consultation prior to those national congresses to gather opinion from different groups to make sure everyone's interest is well looked after.
The thing that is probably not often mentioned is that even democracy as we speak of it is actually an experiment. And if you look at the Western democracy that we keep speaking of, in the not too distant past, the purveyors of that democracy have had an opportunity to question it and to ask whether it is the best form. So when you say, yes, China looks at what works for them, yes, it is correct. Democracy doesn't necessarily have to follow a certain path for it to be considered a universal democracy. Arguably, there are tenets that are universal, but one doesn't have to be in full agreement for it to be a democracy. Now, having asked that question, you have the chairman of the party. You then have the president. Then you have the person who's also chairman, or is it president of the military? Not very different from what you have in the West, because here we have president and
head of state
and
commander in
chief, more or less the same sort of like thing. Okay. Now, how does one get elected as a secretary general of the party? Because it isn't as though you appoint yourself.
No, you can't.
There are people who decide who should be. Who are these people?
Just like what's happening right now in Beijing, we have 2,200 something representatives who will elect after the conclusion of this 20th National Congress. They will hold the first plenary meeting of the 20th National Congress, and they will elect what we call a governing body of the CPC, which is the CCC, which is the Central Committee of CPC. This is a new Central Committee, and that committee has about 200 people. And they will further elect the Politburo, who will oversee, like I said, when the plenary meeting is not in session, they will oversee the party affairs. And those 25 people or something, they will elect further the standing committee of the Politburo, which is what you might call the party leadership. So, of course, you can't appoint yourself, but that is how, layer by layer, you are entrusted by your fellow party members to make important decisions. And I think that is very transparent, and it has been going on like that for years, for decades.
So essentially, it's the party
Yeah.
that is the moving force behind the goings-on in the country of China. Remember, it's the party that meets, it's the party that decides, it's the party that elects. Then you have a president.
Yeah.
So it is the president.
Oh, it's not the party who elects the president.
Who elects the president?
The people at
How?
the People's Congress.
How?
They
And these
have
people are the members
hands
of
up
the,
or
are
hands
the, are the
down.
members of the party.
Yeah.
The members of the party elect the general secretary.
Elects the general secretary
Yes.
of the party.
Yes.
Yes.
Who becomes the president
Yes,
of the country.
and the president of the country must have been a member of the party. Yes. What I'm trying to say here, I actually like that system. I like the system for this very reason, that I look at how I start from looking at a population of 1.4 billion. And then there's a question of how do we get to mobilize this community of 1.4 billion people so that their interests are taken care of. And so you have a system. Like with all systems, I'm sure it's improved on every so often. But this one is centered around the political party.
Yep.
Yes.
It's organized around the party.
Around the political party. So
and then
it
there are
is
checks and balances
Yes.
such that even the general secretary, who's the president, is answerable to organs of the party.
within the party. So the check and balance actually exists, which
They do
means
exist.
if the president starts doing his own crazy things, there is a system by which they can tell you, sir, just come a little bit. Why don't you have lesser duties? go and do something else, because
Yes, I'm actually. Thank you for mentioning that. I probably didn't get your question. The checks and balancing
Yes.
of the president's power,
Yes.
of the general secretary's power.
Yes.
We have, after like I said, the Central Committee of the CBC elect the Politburo, they would also elect a disciplinary committee to oversee all the decisions made by the governing bodies, the Politburo.
What?
So
Those are the ones.
those are the ones.
Those are the ones.
Those
Yes.
ones. You're summoned to the
Disciplinary committee.
The disciplinary committee. Kwisha. Bas. Just know you're Amanda. Let's take a break.
And if I may add that under very close watch of all the party members, not just the high level, but especially the ground level, because sometimes they are farther away from the supervisional system. So we have we have a disciplinary commission at every level to make sure that, like you said, they don't do crazy things.
They don't run off the
They
rails.
don't know.
In fact, after this break, you tell us what President Xi Jinping has done in terms of ensuring that there is justice and there's no abuse of power, especially by the party officials at the grassroots level. The whole issue of making sure that, there's going to be rule of law and order and there's going to be party. It doesn't mean that because you're the chairman of the party at the grassroots level, you then become the magistrate.
No, you can't.
and the chief of police.
And the chief of police.
No, you
and
can't.
decide who goes home. 24 minutes to 10. We're having a conversation about China and the ongoing National Congress of the ruling China. What's it called? The CCP info?
Well, we call it CPC, but you can
CPC.
call it CCP.
Okay, what is CPC?
CCP.
It's the Communist Party of China.
That's it.
Yes.
We'll call it that, CPC.
Thank you.
The Communist Party of China is having its National Congress this week, and we're discussing what that means. How does that impact Africa, particularly? Our guest today is a journalist with CGTN, the China Global Television Network, Ma Kay. She's here with us in the studio. A Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon is taking place in 13 days' time. We'll all be running. registration closed yesterday. So now what do we do between now and then?
So now you can now get in those last minute preparations. It's very important. If you've registered, which I hope that you've done in large numbers, that what you can do is start to get yourself ready to be able to move some, whether you're doing the 5K family fun run, the 10K, 21K or 42K, you can now start getting your body into movement mode. Remember, the virtual run, you can't do the 5K, but you can do the 10, 21 or 42, and then the physical run takes place on the 30th of October. We're running for future makers in the country.
Standard Chartered is not government, so they're not extending
No,
that
you will
registration
not be able to register today, unfortunately. They meant 16th.
That was it.
Yes, and that was it.
And there's no alternative date that they give to special people.
Yeah.
That's it.
That was it.
And it'll be on the 30th. There's no race after the 30th.
Can I run on the 31st?
No.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 2022. My friend, bado nalipa rent? It's time to say goodbye to your landlord and say hello to your own home, courtesy of the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. Hapa KMRC tumeiweka simple sana. You can now own a home through our affordable home loans at fixed, less than 10% interest rate and for a longer repayment period of up to 25 years. Tumepartner with your local banks and SACCOs for this. Unangoja nini? KMRC inakusort na dream home yako. Kulipia nyumba yako ni kama tu kulipa rent. Visit www.kmrc.co.ke to see the participating banks and SACCOs na uanze maisha yako in your own keja. Jijenge na KMRC. Rent yako, keja yako. Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is regulated by the Central Bank of...
Nairobi, partly cloudy conditions for most of this morning at 19, highs of 27 and lows of 16. It's mostly cloudy at 19 in Nakuru, highs of 25 and lows of 12. The rain continues in parts of Nyeri, 19, highs of 25 and highs of 22 in a rainy Eldoret at 17. It's 28 degrees and rainy in Mombasa, highs of 38 and highs of 30 and lows of 24. And we'll see highs of 30 as well in Malindi at 27 currently. 24 and mostly cloudy conditions in Kisumu, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 25 in Kakamega, where it's mostly cloudy at 23. It's now raining in Kampala at 19. It'll go to highs of 26 Monday. 30 will be the high in a rainy Dar es Salaam at 27. It's 18 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 31 in a mostly sunny Lagos at 25. 25 and rainy in Kinshasa, highs of 33 and lows of 24. Beijing, sunny at 17 going into afternoon Monday. 18 will be the high, coming down to lows of 2, and it continues to rain with a thunderstorm warning in Paris at 18, highs of 19 and lows of 15. It's a rainy morning in London at 16, highs of 19 and lows of 8. And around things out in New York, still Sunday night, it's cloudy at 14. Coming into Monday, we'll see highs of 19 and lows of 9.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
All right, the clock says we're getting out of traffic hour. Still a bit heavy on the thicker superhighway coming into the CBD. It's not been bad on Outer Ring today, not really. As such, industrial area has been pretty packed coming out of out of Jogo Road and Lusaka and Lunga Lunga. Decreased traffic on Kiambu Road. This is a good thing, and we're seeing it also leveling off on the thicker superhighway. It's still pretty heavy at a bumper-to-bumper stage getting towards the Pangani underpass. However, James Gishuru, joined the party really late because now is when we're seeing traffic snaking along on James Gishuru. Should be out of it in no time though. A few minutes to 10 o'clock. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us through the morning.
And everything nice, everything nice.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
18 minutes to time. Journalist Mark is here with us.
Mornings.
Congress in Beijing this week. So, Xi Jinping became president in 2012. His predecessor, Hu Jintao had been president for 10 years. His predecessor had been president for 10 years. If we look at the time since the death of Chairman Mao, the leaders of China have basically just been holding office not for long. And then in those 3 presidencies, we've seen a proper cycle of 10 years. However, Xi Jinping is set to continue being president even after serving 10 years. What's happening?
Well, I think there's the issue of the continuancy of policies. Because as we talked about right now, there is many challenges that are facing China as well as the world that we've never seen before. For example, the pandemic, the Taiwan question, which are at the core of Chinese people's concern. So I think in order for these policies, these solutions that are going on very well to continue, or might I add the Belt and Road Initiative, these are not short-term problems or initiative. These are things that we need to address in the long term. So I think in order for the policies to continue, in order for leadership to have its profound impact on the future of a nation, I think it's, I don't think there's any problem with a continuancy of his tenure as the General Secretary as well as the President of China.
What was the wisdom in having term limits?
Sorry?
What was the wisdom in having term limits in the first place? What made the leadership of the party decide that our General Secretary, our President, is going to serve for a maximum of 2 5-year terms?
Well, I have to speak frankly, I didn't study that area very closely. But personally, as a journalist and as a Chinese person, I think, the beginning point of having a term limit is to make sure that there are new policies, there are new thoughts that would come in and, bring China on to try out different options. But I'm afraid options are not a luxury we are having right now because important decisions must be made. And like he mentioned during his work report yesterday on Sunday, he has mentioned several important issues like the continuance of a green development route for China and the continuing of opening up of China and, of course, the solution of the Taiwan question. And I think those are not the things you can take as experiments. Well, at first, I believe during the leadership of China's first few leaders, we have had our fair chances of trying out things, and then we had our corrections, and most of the time, their options have proven to be correct. And I believe, having that term limit is to make sure that possibly we have different opinions, we have different input to make sure the policy is varied. But like I said, right now, it's not a luxury we can afford.
In 1980, China had a president called Deng Xiaoping. Now, up until that point, remember, this term limit we speak of had not really existed. Going back to the time of Chairman Mao. Now, there are many things that happened in Chinese society that I think many people in the leadership looked and said, these things require changing. So term limits are not just set in terms of you can only be in power for 10 years, but even age limits were set.
Yes.
So that when you are even a party member or you are a leader, you get to a certain age, you exit, someone else comes in. I think the understanding was the lure of power. Now, when there are no limits, then people assume for themselves, if I may use the term, an almost godlike quality, where you think whatever you say will go because no one is challenging it. And I think these changes are what probably made it possible for many of the things we're talking about to happen. New leadership comes in with new ideas and the understanding that you have a period within which you must achieve certain things, and after that, other people will take over. So there has been continuity. Now, truthfully, the world is facing challenges it has never faced before. So are we therefore saying that the continuity that China has seen or has witnessed, it is felt, because it isn't as though the president decided to continuously make himself president. There's a process by which that particular constitutional requirement was removed. But it opens it up to no limits again. So the discussion that comes about is, what is it that will be done to ensure that the problems that brought about the limits in the first place do not recur? Because it was not a systems problem, but a human problem. A human without limits will do limitless things, good or bad.
Well, I think you have raised a concern of many Western media as well. I believe that I've also read so many articles asking that question. And personally, I believe the mistake, as you refer to, will not occur again. I'm not really aware which mistake you were referring to.
During Mao's rule, one of the things when you have a leader who's ruled for too long is you acquire a cult figure. So loyalty is not to the state or the nation, but it's to the leader. Now, that always causes problems. It doesn't matter which system of government you have, it will cause a problem.
And then there are people around the leader who become very powerful beyond the leader.
Irrespective of even the official positions that other people may have.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's the leader.
People around the leader abuse their power.
Yes.
And maybe that's why there was even a crackdown after Mao's death on those who were close to him. There was a crackdown on some of those political leaders at that point, because they had reached a point where they were just operating with impunity, as was said then.
Well, personally, I don't think they were operating with immunity. As you said, the narrative of the West is always like our beloved Chairman Mao had become a sort of a cult figure, which I really don't agree. He was the level of love people had for him is very high. And he was a very wise and very successful leader who led China out of, during even the Civil War, he agreed to put down the grudge he had with the Nationalist Party. And they fought together against the Imperial Japanese Army and successfully brought China out of the semi-colonized and semi-feudalist society into a modern China. And after he became the president and general secretary of the CPC, he also brought China out of the very absolute poverty from then. At least he has directed China on the right path. And I do agree, people's judgment would be lower when they get older. But I don't believe that's the necessary case. And I don't think, because he's the first president of the People's Republic of China, and everything was an experiment, and everything was new back then. And, because he has been so successful, I don't think people at the time thought there would be any problem to continue believing in this leader. But I don't think by having a continuous leadership of President Xi Jinping would be a similar situation as 70 years ago, because we have now more accomplished, more sophisticated political system. Like I said, we did have a lot of experiments back then, but now we have established socialism with a Chinese character in it, which means we're not following anyone's footprints, not the Soviet Union, not anyone. This is socialism with Chinese characteristics, and it has worked. So, and as we talked about, we have inside the party the disciplinary committee to oversee the decisions, to oversee all the procedures of decision making. So I don't believe the so-called mistake would reoccur. And I'm pretty sure that Chinese people across the world are confident as me that we are very capable of deciding what kind of leader we want, and that is the decision we have made right now. And yes, we believe we have made the correct decision.
You know, the issue is not, if I may say so respectfully, about whether Mao's rule was what it was history bears witness that in the absence of Mao's intervention, China would not be what it is today. It is the human element that comes into play when you are in a position of prolonged power. That really is what I was saying. It is not a Chinese Communist Party issue. It is not an American Republican Party issue. It is a human issue. Someone stays in power, a group of people stay in power for a length of time. Power has this tendency of acquiring a life of its own. But that having been said, when the Congress meets, what are the things that you think the Congress will be talking about and thinking about the future of China for the next X number of years? Because if we were to look at the success, one might want to look closely and see what they're going to do and how they're going to go about it, because that might be, in fact, a blueprint that other people may want to emulate.
Well, I think during the Congress yesterday, General Secretary Xi Jinping has already made a work report on what is going to be the focus of the party for the next 5 years. And those include long-term targets, like the targets of from 2020 to 2035, and the secondary target from 2035 to 2050. And those include further make sure to safeguard the results of the poverty alleviation and to make sure China enters a moderately prosperous society in all aspects, and also to make sure that China stays on the path of green development, continues to open up, and also to increase its network of partnership around the world in face of the challenge of the COVID. So I think these are the long-term targets that we have reiterated that we will stand fast on. And there are also short-term targets, like to make sure under the effect of pandemic, our economy can bounce back as much as possible. Because at the beginning of the year, the GDP target was set at 5.5% for this year. But experts are having their concerns that it may not be that high. But that question is actually answered today, this morning in Beijing, during a press conference of the CPC members. And they have said that, in order to make sure that economy doesn't slip too much, there will be measures taken to gradually open up physical economy, and also to make sure that foreign trade is resumed as much as possible, because as you may know, China are the biggest trade partners for many African countries as well. So I think that will not just benefit China itself, but it also will, benefit those, especially small businesses that rely on the business of China to develop and prosper, because a lot of smaller businesses have, gone bankrupt during the past few years. Is very tragic.
How would all of this impact on Africa moving forward? We know what the relationship has been over the last decade between China and other African countries. And we've seen that presence, north, south, east, west, if we're focusing directly on the continent. Now, looking at this forecast, the projection of what the party then will do with, the president being there for, however long it will be. What impact does this have on the relations with Africa? Well,
I like to point out that during the past 10 years, during his 2 terms, General Secretary Xi Jinping and President Xi Jinping, he has paid several visits to African countries. Like, actually, the first few foreign visits he took as Chinese president in 2013 is to, I believe, Tanzania, South Africa, and Republic of Congo. And when he was during his second term, he visited Senegal, South Africa, and some other African countries. So, and under that guideline of enlarging the network of strategic partners around the world, especially here in Africa, I believe the trade volume has gone up immensely. But I believe that is already very well known. What I like to point out is the technical exchanges we're having right now, especially what I witness every day in Kenya. Like when I go to a mall, I see shops of Redmi, of Huawei. This is not something, frankly, I expected before I came. And it really surprised me, the level of technical exchanges. And my friends, they're saying that they prefer using Huawei and Xiaomi because, of course, Redmi is like more affordable, and Huawei takes better pictures. And regardless of this technical exchanges, we're also having a great increase in the infrastructure section, like the expressway, like the Mombasa Nairobi railway. But I believe in the future, these cooperation will go further to the direction of green development, because China is not here to, relocate its labor-oriented industries. We're actually giving our high-end technology companies to relocate here. We are opening up branches. So I believe those development is going to a direction that's not just about money, but also about exchange of our best.
Well, Ma, thank you very much for you've given a lot of insight into what's happening with the Congress, what's happening in China in terms of the leadership of the party. We'd like to have you again more and more, as we keep talking about the China-Africa relations, China-Kenya relations. You understand them very well. Asante for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Eric, for having me.
So we want to give somebody some 2,000 shillings worth of Airtel airtime, because we're asking, how did Airtel come through for you over the past weekend? How did Airtel money come through for you? Divina Ongwai says, I helped a stranded kid pay for her bus fare through Lipa Natil to go home. She was with the mom in church, and then something happened that they wakapoteleana. I called the mom and made sure that the baby arrived home safely. Congratulations, Divina, for that kind gesture and thing that you did using Airtel money. For that reason, we reward you with 2,000 shillings worth of Airtel airtime today. Have a lovely day. We'll be back tomorrow, but from a different location. We'll tell you from where tomorrow morning. Good morning, 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Oseto. The Speaker of the National Assembly, who is also the Appointment Committee chairperson, has said that the nomination of ANC leader Musalia Mudavadi as the Prime Cabinet Secretary is based on law. Responding to a question raised by Minority Leader Pio Ndai, who questioned the legality of vetting Mudavadi, who in his view is not an ordinary CS, Wetangula said the difference in the title of a person appointed to serve in the cabinet should not be used to criminalize his appointment. He noted that Mudavadi was legally nominated and that he is being interviewed to complete the constitutional process.
However, I note that the designation of the roles of a cabinet secretary does not change the nature of the position of a cabinet secretary as anchored under Article 152, 1D of the Constitution. I further note that the Article 152 of the Constitution does not prescribe the designation of the title or functions to be conferred to each cabinet secretary. Consequently, it's within the powers of the President under Article 132 of the Constitution, as read with Section 10(1) of the National Government and Coordination Act Number 1 of 2013, to designate the title and assign functions to a cabinet secretary.
Mudavadi, who is currently before the Appointment Committee, touched on the Golden Bag saga associated with him, saying that he was the one who was responsible for exposing the existing fraud. Mudavadi said that he has wealth worth about 4 billion shillings currently. He has said that the source of his money is from interest, rent, and benefits from the work he did previously.
Have you ever been dismissed from office for any conflict between personal interest and public or official duties?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Have you ever been adversely associated with practices that depict bias, favoritism, or nepotism in the discharge of public duties?
No.
Would you tell this committee your financial net worth?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I would comment on that. If I take my investments in shares in various in some companies and also the properties that I own, I would put my net worth at about 4 billion shillings.
Responding to Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah on the overlapping of responsibilities, Mudavadi has promised to abide by the law and that he will not use his authority to benefit himself.
For you to explain how you would resolve any potential conflict of interest. And looking at your net worth and the schedule that you have submitted, supposing the government of Kenya that if you are approved, you'll be serving under at least any of these properties, or one of the government institutions wanted to use this aircraft that you own, would that portend a potential conflict of interest, and how then would you deal with that?
Mr. Chairman, clearly there are processes that would have to be followed legally, and I would not in any way interfere with such a process if it were to arise.
The vetting exercise for various cabinet secretaries continue at the Parliament buildings. We are following up on that and will be bringing you the very latest in a subsequent news bulletin. Now, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua will today preside over the 2022 World Food Day annual celebrations, whose theme is Leave No One Behind, Better Production, Better Nutrition, Better Environment, and a Better Life. World Food Day is observed annually to highlight the millions of people worldwide who cannot afford a healthy diet and the need for regular access to nutritious food. The day is being marked amid an acute famine that has put 4.3 million Kenyans at risk after failed rains. Kajiado, which is hosting the feed, is one of the 23 counties that has been ravaged the most by the ongoing drought that has degenerated to alarming levels. 9 counties severely hit by drought have been classified as the red zone. They include Laikipia, Isiolo, Mandera, Garissa, Turkana, Wajir, Nyeri, Samburu, and Marsabit. And the government, through the National Drought Management Authority and the European Union, has stepped up to drought mitigation measures to cater for the livestock in the drought-hit areas through provision of animal pellets. Garissa County has received a total of 5,650 kg bags of pellets, which will be distributed in 5 most affected sub-counties of 2,800 households and is expected to supplement at least 14,500 livestock. Speaking during the flagging up of the animal feeds in Garissa, NDMA CEO Harid Aden said that the government has reviewed the drought coordination processes to bring up synergy and avoid duplication of services by the actors. This is Newswire. Dennis Asseto. Good morning.
More of the classics and the hits you love. Spice.
You played the best music.
94.4. You're listening to Spice FM.
Back to the music.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. 94.4 Spice FM.
People can take everything away from you, but they can never take away your truth. But the question is, can you handle mine? They say I'm crazy. I really don't care. That's my prerogative. They say I'm nasty, but I don't give a damn. Giving boys is how I live. Some ask me questions. Why am I so real? But they don't understand me. I really don't know the deal about my sister. Trying hard to make it right. Not long ago, before I won this fight, everybody's talking all this stuff about me. Why don't they just let me live? I don't need permission, making all.
Some very nice, mature music.
They really take me back to my days, and I can just feel young again and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of Spice FM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.